We are back live, and I think we've got everything working. So we're looking good at Kelly. We're looking live at Kelly Jackson right here. So we'll get you caught up here. Sorry about that, folks. Kelly Jackson looks like he must be smallmouth fishing, I would guess, out in the lake somewhere. Or oh, hooked up right now.
Yeah, it's not gonna weigh.
That looks like he's casting a small black and blue jig. Oh, look at that. Maybe not. That's a lizard. I was wrong.
I'm not gonna make that mistake.
Kelly's fishing his favorite spot here.
That's his favorite spot?
That is his #1 spot.
Zero? You got
Looks
zero.
like a nice point in the rocky
He's,
structure there.
An interesting looking one. It's gonna be like 1-3, but I want to check anyways. 1-7.
My question for you would be, do you think the smallmouth
It's a
looked at
fish
him
roll.
and said, he's an interesting looking one?
You know, smallmouth like bright colors and pink, and
Yeah.
you know, so he's sporting the green beard, which is a typical Kelly Jackson thing.
Oh,
And,
Mike, man.
That hat, boy, those smallmouth, they want to run to that hat.
Steven Peters here live. Steven's got one fish for 3 pounds 7 ounces. I believe he's leading his match as well. Or yeah, he's not fishing Mike Man, I don't think.
No.
Yep. I got it all already. Just was not doing a good job of paying attention to it.
Steven's hooked up.
Yes, he is.
It's like he's throwing a jerk bait.
I just got scolded for not paying attention to the Walleye app, so got to make sure I got that up. Steven is beating Matthew Ward by 6 ounces.
Pike.
You said pike, not Ike.
I did say pike.
That will not help him at all. Levi Warner here. Yep, this is a competitor that's up against Mike Mann, so he's down right now. 3 pounds 6
Look,
ounces.
he's hooked up.
And he's hooked up. This looks like it's a keeper to me. Oh yeah.
Nice fish. A little crankbait.
That's the first body bait action we've
Yeah,
seen. Other than
and
a
we
jerk
talked
bait,
about
I
this
guess.
yesterday. I was shocked that there wasn't many guys throwing any type of crankbait or rattle trap, and
Is that a red-eye shad maybe? Or
looks like a red-eyed shad, yeah.
Strike King bait? We got some red-eye shads here at TRS. Matter of fact, I think we got a darn good supply of them right now for the first time in a while. That is such a hot bait, and I'll be honest with you, all show season and stuff, we just never had any decent inventory because as fast as they came in, they went out.
Yeah, the springtime of the year, the rattle trap really shines. A lot of guys like throwing that red color, especially when water's a little bit stained.
Come on. 115.
115.
Nope, ain't gonna be.
Think he might weigh it again.
Oh boy.
I would.
Nope. That's too close. I'd weigh that one again.
Huh. Oh well.
I'm going to share the link in the chat to the red-eyed shads. If you're a walleye fisherman, if you're a bass fisherman, if you're even a salmon fisherman,
Dude, set the hook.
it's a great bait.
Oh, come on. Oh. Okay. All right.
We got a fin fact?
That's the way it sounded.
That's what it was sounding like. I'm getting dropped knowledge today by the boss man. He's dropping knowledge to us through the secret channel ways of. So Tim Meyer, who is fishing right here, has watched every minute of head-to-head last fall. So he watched quite a bit of bass fishing last year. He's been a camera guy up until today, and now he's fishing. So he's pretty much taken every step of the way, which is really awesome. Which
I
is
would
what,
say he's
what we want.
Yeah,
right?
he's committed.
He's committed. He went from fan to cameraman to fisherman, and he's hooked
There
up.
he is.
Could say that he could use a little drag.
Come on. Come back the way I want you.
Nice,
Oh, hey.
yeah.
Touchdown.
That looked like Donald Driver
Yeah.
getting one of them passes from Aaron Rodgers right there.
That's smart. Didn't let it hit the carpet.
Nope, smart man.
0-0.
Zeros.
£2 even.
2-0. 2-0 confirmed.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Put it in the way.
I'm gonna put it in my
Put
way
it
out.
on the board.
Justin looks like he could, and I mean brush piles are brush piles, but Justin looks like he could be in the area potentially. Let's see here. Maybe where Van Ert was ended yesterday when he hook set that one in the brush and then.
No,
was
I think Van Ert was south on the lake.
okay.
More down towards the. He was north of the Black Wolf area, and this here looks like he is north, near the Cowling Bay area.
Gotcha.
And that series of channels, actually, what I think is Justin and Tim Meyer are in the same set of channels. They're just on opposite ends.
Okay. Well, definitely fishing the same sort of brush line
Yeah.
type structure. or
Yesterday
whatever
we
you'd like
saw
to
that
call it.
too, even with Steve Lopez. He was catching his fish out of the trees. And like I said yesterday, these guys that were watching yesterday could watch these guys fish
Right.
these channels and know where they're getting their bites, which is a huge benefit for these guys. They weren't catching them under the docks. They weren't catching them on the riprap, but they were definitely getting them in that brush pile in the wood. And we've seen multiple catches today
Yep.
in and out of the trees.
Jerry Fox Jr., we appreciate you. He said he's watched every day this year of H2H. That's awesome. I think there's a few people that have, but it's pretty cool to see the support that we're getting. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Stephen Peters here.
Looks to me like it's a Rapala, maybe a ripstop, or
Ripstop looks like it could be close. Yeah.
or just the flat-sided jerkbait that Rapala has.
Ripstop to me seemed like it would be a good choice. It's also a very popular
Oh,
bait.
he's hooked up. Hopefully it's not another pike.
Oh,
It didn't look bassy.
it looked big.
It did look big, but it
Boil looked big.
did not look like a bass.
I'm going to share the ripstop link in the chat.
Yeah, you can see it's a
That was
smaller
another
bait. He's
pike.
throwing
I
it
don't
on a
feel
spinning
too bad
rod.
about that one.
And
Sarah Miller says she thinks it's a shadow wrap. That's possible too.
it is too. Yes,
I think
it's
it's
a
a little bit
flat-sided.
smaller.
Yep. But
Look-
throwing it on a spinning rod is a tactic that guys will use when you're throwing that smaller style jerk bait. It's tough to throw those on a bait casting rig, especially with the wind the way it is. Typically, what you'll see is the guys will throw that with a braided line with a leader on those spinning tackle.
Oh yeah.
Hooked up. Looks like a big one.
Shirts again.
Nick's hooked up.
That is a really nice fish.
Chunky.
You want to clock it? Be nice. Okay. I got the app. It was close too.
Short, fat.
Might as well weigh these fish. I don't know if they make it or not.
Casey thinks that he's at Indian Point Launch. That's where Casey thinks Nick is fishing.
Yeah, that looks right. We still have our tournament director, Kyle, running him a scale.
Yeah, it swam off now. It was just sitting there. It wasn't doing anything. It was just sitting right on bottom. Yeah, as much as we're enjoying the temp up here. So are we back to the circus? So this spot, a couple of years ago for a club tournament, fishing with Jordan Yang out of from Great Lakes, and this spot, we were sitting up with just inside of this a little bit, and I pretty much did this, set my rod down, and I was talking to him, and he's looking at me funny and asking why I'm not fishing. Well, I sat down, I was sitting on the cooler talking to him, grabbed something to drink.
Looking live at Stephen Peters. Hooked up. I don't think did he pull his bass here?
I don't recall.
Don't remember. I don't think so. I think
Whatever he's
only
got
caught-
here is big.
Yeah, see, I think he's only caught non-bass, non-target species here, and I don't think this is a bass again.
It don't look like it's fighting like a fish.
Stick bass.
Look at that.
Yep, that's the new bass species out there.
That was a
Stick
good
bass.
one at first.
We haven't quite created a head-to-head category for those yet, but that could be
Two
coming.
of those might be just short, are probably short. I think I got one that
Yeah,
makes it.
it's coming.
And I got two that are going to be heartbreakers, if I had to guess. All you can do is just keep catching them until I get another big one. I'll get another good one in here.
Yeah, with as much action as you're getting here.
I think I'm in good shape.
I'm real curious to see Nick fish today. I'm real curious to see him drop some knowledge. I think people have him tagged as a walleye guy because that's what he's most popular for, but he's on Team Predator for Team, USA. He's obviously a bass fisherman. I mean,
Right.
the dude is just,
Yeah,
he could just fish.
he was on the U.S. ice team,
Right, yep.
so his knowledge is probably endless, and his just experience overall.
Yep.
He's had some great success on the walleye trail, as you know. Yeah, now he's just making his name for the bass side.
Yep. He's just a good fisherman.
Yep.
Mike Mann is gone dry here a little bit. Was my only concern about a spot like this where I think it's sort of they're passing through, like you said.
Yeah,
Gotta
this-
hope they pass through again during the 5
correct.
hours. That's the
correct.
issue.
This acts like any other bridge where it's a funnel type system, and Mike's actually got fish coming from both directions. One end of that channel actually connects to the Wolf River, and the other end of that channel connects to Lake Poygan, and he can get both largemouth and smallmouth coming from both directions to come into that channel to get ready to spawn. A lot of smallmouth spawn in that channel itself, and they'll spawn before the largemouth will. So typically what you'll get early like this when the water temps are cold is you'll get a very big push of smallmouth that will come in early, and a lot of times you can sit on that spot like he's doing, and you could sit there all day and just wait for fish to come to you.
Glad we're not sitting out on the mainland.
That's a very, very productive spot. The fact that it's so small, if the fish comes through that area and you got a bait down there, you got a really good chance that you're going to catch it.
Well, and the good thing about this particular format and that type of strategy is Mike can play defense if he wants. He's up right now by a fish and 3 pounds. Let's say he gets lucky enough and catches another one before Levi does. He gets up 2 fish. If he pays attention to the app, Mike doesn't necessarily give me the most tech-savvy guy look, but he
Right,
might
right.
be. I don't know. But let's say he is, and he pays attention to the app. Playing defense is as much about playing offense, because if he leaves that spot, somebody else might get it. And if they get it, he's not getting it again.
Correct. Yep,
For
correct.
that matter, may not get it again for a couple of days. Most tournament guys use etiquette, so if they know Mike's fishing there, sort of a bold move to beat him there. But once he leaves it, if somebody else grabs
Yes.
it, he sort of lost his
Yep.
reign on that spot to some level. So
Yes.
that has to play a little bit of a role, in my opinion. If you think it's that good, if he thinks it's that good, you almost
Yeah.
got to be a little bit afraid
I-
of leaving it.
I don't believe that this is a spot that this time of year could be fished out, just
Okay.
because I believe that the fish are moving to that area in such big groups. The fact that we're fishing today and the next group fishes tomorrow right away, there's no day off. Like the guys yesterday have a day off today.
Right.
Now Mike if he wins this match, he's going to fish directly tomorrow.
Yep.
So he doesn't have to worry about another guy coming in another day fishing his area. So he can set up tomorrow if he wins this and set up right back in the same
Assuming
spot.
somebody doesn't beat him to it. But again,
Correct.
just generalized etiquette, being a
Correct.
one-bullet spot.
Yep.
Not saying it can't happen, but it'd be an aggressive move by somebody to take that spot,
Yes.
knowing that he fished there.
Yes. This is a very small area. It can be fished by 2 boats. I've actually had some experience fishing against Mike right in that spot.
Okay. Yep.
I sat where he is, and he was on the other side of the bridge throwing towards me. I was throwing towards him.
Just wondered if we could get a weight update.
And we shared that area for a while.
Right.
Fortunately, I was able to outfish Mike that day. He was getting very frustrated. But It is a spot that can be fished by 2 boats, but it is very, very small.
Right.
I wouldn't. Mike and I have a good relationship, and I wasn't mad at him for fishing there, and he wasn't mad at me. But that may not be the case with guys that don't know each other.
Turtles
Right.
decided they've had enough of this.
Looking live here at Justin and Kelly.
What was that?
I think this is the only match left at 0-0.
Yep.
You guys still has 0.
Ooh. For who?
Mike Mann has 5 pounds.
So Tim Meyer's sitting on 1 fish
Yeah.
for 2 pounds. And Nick
Yep.
Schertz, we believe, has 3 fish that he is waiting on his new
Chef
scale
Einzel.
to weigh.
Yeah.
We saw that one really nice one get caught by
Yeah.
Nick, and then there was 2 that I think are borderline, and he actually threw one back. So
Yes.
I think he's caught 4 fish total. But I think 2 of them are going to be, give or take an ounce or 2, one way or the other, the right way or the wrong way.
Like we've
And
seen a lot yesterday and today, these,
Yeah.
the fish that are 111, 112. And, he's hooked up again.
He definitely is going to be in the lead regardless, because
And
that
he's
first fish he caught was well over 2 pounds.
Yep. And he's around some fish.
Looks like Nick might be in a tough sell spot. That's one of the issues with some of these back channels, right? As you get off the main beaten path a little bit, you can hit some of these tougher areas where it goes in and out. Steven, they changed the rule. Once we allowed nets in the walleye head-to-head, we decided to allow nets in the bass head-to-head. And mainly I think it was for 2 reasons: preference of the fishermen, and for sort of safety of the fish a little bit too. We wanted it to be an option for the fishermen to be able to net the fish rather than boat flip them, to try and avoid more fish not hitting the deck.
Yep, that carpet contact, yeah. Just good fish care.
Yeah, it sounds like Mike's scale is almost there. They're working on it right now, and they're getting close. So.
Levi's hooked up.
Yes, he is. He's making a lot of splashing. And that is not a bass.
Not a bass.
Is that a gar or is it a pike? Pike. Yeah. Looked almost too skinny to even be a pike for a second there. And that one is not in the mouth either. So if he was fishing head-to-head pike tournament, he would have to throw that one back.
Yeah. Yeah, right
It
in the,
might be
right
in the corner. You're right. Yep, it is in the corner of the mouth. So he would
Yeah,
definitely be able to weigh that one.
the pike aren't that smart, so they They don't usually.
They just crush it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's sticking with the crankbait pattern.
Here is the infamous Nick Shirts. Oh! That was a running hook set.
Yeah. That fish might have been moving with
Hard
him.
to tell.
Coming
Wind's
out
blowing my
towards-
line back at me so fast.
Yeah.
I think I had one grab it there. I'm gonna have to grab another. Get about 2 fish out of these tubes.
Skinny water.
It's got the unicorn hat going now.
Yeah.
I think if I was Kelly, I'd start rifling through hats every 10-15 minutes till I got
He's
a
looking for
bass.
some kind of motivation, some kind of luck.
Matthew Ward here. Matthew is one that was fishing smallmouth. He caught one earlier that wasn't 2 pounds, at least he didn't think so. Hooked up.
Just
Got
like
one.
that.
Wow, I didn't even know I had him on. Feels like a good one too. Oh, he wants to jump. Stay down. Too cold of water for these fish to be jumping.
You can see him pointing his
Oh,
rod
yeah,
in
nice one.
towards the water. He's trying to keep him down below the surface so it doesn't jump and throw the hook.
Yeah, these smallmouth, they like to.
And now it's going to start doing that.
Stay down. Get in there. Whoa.
Almost swam out of the net. That one's going to weigh.
Bam! There it is.
I don't know if you should leave.
Well, this is the difference. I moved up farther.
Is it away?
This will weigh.
Oh yeah.
It's a chunk. Gold rush is on.
That's a really nice fish. Really
Very
pretty
nice
fish.
fish. Let's see, he caught it on a tube.
Zero.
Seems like most of the smallmouth guys are using tubes, although I do think Meng Lee was using a jig yesterday.
Yeah, it
right?
looked like Meng Lee was using some type of football jig yesterday.
I think we've got some really nice tubes on the website. Feel bad because I'm not a
212.
experienced
Yeah,
bass
little
fisherman.
get
Brian,
bit
I'm on it
baits
already
tube,
for the
yeah.
first time. I was ahead of you all day. I already got get bit baits lined up here, tubes with some jigs.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that tube. That's really the only tube that I use. I like that 2 3/4 inch tube for smallmouth.
Now we got things moving.
2 3/4 inch.
Get
Yep.
this rocking.
Okay.
And my favorite on the Winnebago system, my favorite color is the leech color in that 2 3/4 inch tube. And just seems to be. Oh, Mike Mahan hooked up.
Yep. So has he turned his boat now, or he's
Yeah,
just fishing the other way?
It looks like the wind has probably pushed his boat around. I don't think Mike has talons or power poles. Looks like the wind has pushed his boat around.
He's got he's hooked to that pole right there,
Yeah,
huh?
same pole he's been tied to, but I
Yes.
think he's casting the other direction now. There's a dock that he's actually fishing right there.
Water's cold.
What's that?
The water's cold.
Oh, man.
Now that was a largemouth that he just caught there.
Steven, if they net them, they can set them down to touch the carpet. If they boat flip them and the fish comes unhooked before they start the removal of the hook process, it's a 2-minute penalty. basically, I mean, Stephen, what we don't want is we don't want them dropped, if at all preferred, and that's why we're allowing them to use the net if they would like. We don't want to see guys lifting a nice 3, 4, 5, 6 pound bass, a big bass, and chest high, thing comes off, falls, dunks its head on the ground, on the carpet. We're trying to avoid that. So one of the biggest things with H2H, I think, that they're promoting is hooked up again.
Mike Mahan hooked up.
Is we're promoting sportsmanship, and we're trying to promote really taking care of the fish. We want to catch these fish, put these fish back in healthy.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, I don't think that
Another
one's
large
gonna do it either.
Oh no. It's like another 113.
I think Mike's right.
He chose to not weigh the other one. I think he's going to weigh this one.
At least I'm catching fish, are you?
Zop or Zoop 133. We cannot have any tournaments outside of our area currently. We had tournaments planned for Minnesota this year. We will definitely be looking at Michigan, Ohio, things like that going forward as soon as we can change things.
That's embarrassing. 1-7.
Oop.
But he bit like a 113.
Found it. So Mike Mann is using the Zoom Centipede plastic. So I'm going to share a link to that. That was a hook set.
Yep, Justin hooked up.
Yep. Justin just gave that bass a chiropractor appointment.
Stuck hard.
That one's going to weigh. And I think that I better figure this out before
That's
I
close.
say anything.
Pretty skinny.
If that one weighs, Justin's going to finish our fourth match being everybody on the board. Let's hope this one weighs. Come on, Justin.
1-7.
Oh, darn it. So that one's still...
Oh, it stuck like I had a good one.
You can just leave it on. It'll turn itself off.
I got the scent on my hands to
There
start.
you
Now this channel that Justin's in is one of my favorites. This is a channel that we had fished a lot of tournaments out of, my partner and I, and we've caught a lot of limits of fish out of there. It's a good deep channel. The fish stay in there. Stephen Peters hooked up. Looks like he's still out in that mouth of the river area.
Sounds like he still has that jerk bait on.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Maybe you'll get a little better look at it here. I'm going to guess it's a ripstop, personally. That was just my guess. It's kind of a white pearl ripstop, I
White
think.
with an orange belly. Yeah.
I'm not sure if we have... Chris, I'm not sure if we have any ideas on any additional bass tournaments this year. I think we're kind of looking at the schedule we have now, but anything's possible, and that's surely way above my pay grade. I can promise you that. So. Looks like he's disappointed.
111.
Oh no. Charles seems to think it's a shadow wrap as well, so we might be getting outvoted here.
I think we might be right there. I think we're
Yeah, I
definitely
guess
on the
up there.
Rapala brand, but
And it looks like green pea soup out here.
Yeah, right.
Well, just in case, we're going to share shadow wraps too right away.
Now, does having all that green algae and all that stuff make a difference?
You can still catch them.
Remember, if you're going to put any of this stuff in your cart, use the H2H 10 coupon code.
Got him. Bam! We got him. Wow, what a light bite. Come on, stay down, stay down.
That looks like a nice smallie to
yeah,
me.
hopefully Matthew can put this one on the boat.
Oh no, he's gonna jump. It's a good one. Oh, that's a real good one. Best one. Wow, that's a chunk. That is a chunk.
Nice work.
Well, all my kids are watching me today.
You better do a good job.
And I wanted to give them a show today.
It doesn't look like
Let's get her done.
Matthew's score on the screen there is up. It is accurate. People are asking who the commentators are today. I'm Russell
Zero.
Gahagan,
I'm Troy Kilgus.
and Matt Hot to Trot is coming back in here in a minute.
Man, my hands ain't working.
Oh, that's a nice fish right there. You know, honestly, Russell, it looks like a male fish. It does not look like a female.
2-2. Yep.
To me, it looks like if it's a male, it's a
3-2.
dominant male.
It's
That's
a big
an
male,
aggressive
but
fish,
it's not
yeah.
very fat, so I don't see any eggs and very skinny.
Beauty.
Matthew is now at
Nice fish.
3 fish for 8 pounds, 15 ounces. We'll take a look at why that scoreboard isn't working. I'm not sure. It is on the live score matchups, but you can see it. If you look at the scrolling screen on the bottom there, you see the matchups. You'll see everybody's weight. Nick Schertz is added up now. He's at 4 pounds, 13 ounces, so we're good with him.
But I might as well take it if I gotta show you the zero. It clicked zero that time because the first time I don't think it zeroed perfect. Okay, watch it.
Yeah, the
flash.
tournament director,
Flash.
Yep, good.
Kyle Carpenter, is confirming all this just to make sure everything is good and
Yes,
ready
sir.
for Nick take over. I'm going to switch up with Matt here.
We'll take it. We'll call it 211. Big chunker. Okay.
Camera back up.
Yeah.
No worky. Come on. Did I dry my hand off enough to get my
Oh, yeah.
phone to work? I'm not.
Yeah, we were crossing the lake and the wind was so cold.
Sure, Ken. We can let's kind of recap where we're at series-wise. So Justin and Kelly, as you're looking at them right there, each guy is at 0 fish. So I'm sure we're going to start getting some of those questions on the tiebreakers. So after we go through the matchups, I'll share the tiebreaker information here. But I believe both of these guys are going to definitely get on some fish here
I do
shortly.
too.
So that's sort of the battle there. Then we go to Steven versus Matthew. Matthew's been putting on a little bit of a clinic lately here. 3 total fish for 8 pounds, 15 ounces. But don't count out Steven. He's got 1 fish. Big fish, too, 3 pounds, 7 ounce.
We don't need that anymore.
So we just saw Nick Schertz weighing some of those fish. Again, he had a little bit of
Try to
the
throw
skill
something big and dumb to see if I can get a big one to bite here.
issue, but we got that taken care of. So we got updated here. Nick has 2 total fish for 4 pounds, 13 ounces. And then Tim's at 1 scoreable fish for 2 pounds flat. Then on the other side, then we have Mike Mann. You're watching Levi Warner land one right now. Levi has, at this time, 1 for 2 pounds, 6 ounces. Mike is at 2 for 5 pounds, 12 ounces. Yeah, what do you think about that, Troy? Just not even weighing that fish.
Well, you know, like yesterday, I think we were talking about this a little bit, and these guys are good at judging size of fish, and it's hard for us to sit and look through a camera and see the size. And I think we've misjudged quite a few, thinking that they were going to be 2-pounders, and they're well short. So I'm not going to question the judgment of these guys, but at some point, sometimes you might get to the point where you might overlook one. And in this system right now, the way the bite is, one fish could mean a lot. So I think the ones that I would just question a little bit, I would weigh every one.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it doesn't take a very long to weigh it, and at least you know for sure, and you don't have any questions when you're done.
So like the quad screen look here with the awesome sponsors that we have, Omega Custom Tackle flying across the bottom. You're also going to see Sportamotive and the Reel Shot. I'll get some fin facts updated here. Yep, so the other thing too is I was just on the floor, so my strategic plan by stepping away was you have better knowledge on what's going on, tactics, all that kind of stuff. And I noticed we had a couple of guys sitting in some spots like Mike Mann, interesting why he was sitting there. So it was good for you to come in here. Plus you do a great job. A lot of people like having you in here, so Troy. So, yeah, but I was on the floor helping pull orders. So, again, we're going to stay ad-free if people continue to shop at therealshot.com. Just remember, when you check out, use the code H2H10 to save yourself 10%. If you're like the anglers and you forget to enter something, that code is gone. So, make sure to use it right away. Back to Nick's shirts here.
Now this area that Nick is in here, and he's hooked up.
Hooked up.
Oh yeah. Stay on there. Stay on there.
Nice one.
Oh, in the mouth. Stoked up a little bit. He's got to get his boat, off that shoreline.
Sometimes you just gotta try something a little bit stupid. Choked it on a chatterbait. Well, that's fun right there. Look at that. That's a dandy. Yeah. Another chunker. Zeros? Got it. $2.15.
She's a slob.
Nice, just about 3-pounder.
That bladed jig, a lot of people call it a chatterbait, coming through. While I was out there, we were restocking some of that awesome Omega Custom Tackle that just came in. Oh my God, you should see their buzz baits we got out there now.
Yeah.
Quad blade, if you want to call it that. Oh, here we go, Levi Warner. The Rapture bladed jigs, phenomenal selection. Make sure you just check out Omega Custom Tackle. Their stuff is amazing. You can get it right here at the Reel Shot as well.
There you go.
In the boat. Seems the action's a lot better today.
Much better today. I was a little skeptical with the temperature drop and the wind forecast, and but this is a lot better than yesterday.
Let's see what this fish weighs.
112.
112, not gonna cut it. Does it look like these guys are fishing quite a bit slower than what we saw yesterday?
I don't think so. I think you know, a couple of these guys.
Oh,
Yay, another 113. Got my finger cut. No. But I caught him. He was a nibbling.
You know, Mike has caught quite a few fish in this one spot this morning. A few shorts, but he could sit here all day and continue to catch fish.
so what is the spot that he's sitting on here? I mean, is it coming off the main lake?
There's two ways that water gets into that channel. One end of the channel connects to the Wolf River, and the other end connects to Lake Poygan. And water does flow through there, so there is a slight current that goes through there, and which I think that's the biggest reason the smallmouth go into that channel to spawn. There's a little bit of current in there. And a lot of largemouth go in there too to spawn. So he's just in an intersection where these fish are funneling in, getting ready to set up to spawn. And they like to stage right in that bridge. That bridge has a deeper hole under it compared to the rest of the channel. It's very rocky, and it's just a traditional great spot in the spring, early spring here.
Did we hear any water temperature updates?
I have not.
Okay. So just heard that the lake temps are right around that 39 to 40, and then Mike's water temperature was 3 to 4 degrees warmer in that channel. For those who are interested in maybe upgrading to a new boat, ATV, UTV, something like that, or need some boat or ATV, UTV work done, I'm sharing the link right now to Sport Automotive.
There might not be a lot of bites in here with the moving baits, but might be bigger ones.
Mike pitching a Cinco or just wacky rig? I kind of heard you were talking about
Don't poke your eye out.
what he was using. You want to talk about that again,
Mike,
Troy?
yeah, Mike has used that particular bait he's using for probably is what I'm hearing from Brian is 37 years, but a long time. If I've ever seen Mike fish, he always has a Zoom centipede tied on one of his spinning rods.
Jesus.
Yeah, he will fish that thing everywhere, and to his credit, he does really well with it. He's an unbelievable spinning rod
You can tell when the
fisherman,
wind picks up.
but he is a technician with that little Zoom centipede worm.
Yeah, right here. That
Typically a watermelon color. Throughout the years, Mike has taken a lot of money from a lot of anglers in tournaments with that little worm.
What do you think it is that catches the fish off that thing? I mean, why?
Well, it's very similar to the Ned Rig style baits. It's that slender profile. It's just a very finesse type bait. The fact that it's got a flat bottom to it, I think it allows it to drop and float in the water different than a round style worm because it is flat on the bottom. But it is just a finesse worm.
So here's all the Zoom products. There's some awesome looking stuff. I was packaging some of their stuff up yesterday, and man, the color schemes they have just look phenomenal. You can find that centipede. It's right on that first page. So Troy, you were kind of saying Mike Mann has been a big fan of that presentation. Do you have, I think we talked about it briefly yesterday, what's your go-to all-time?
Skipping tubes.
I know it depends on water condition, color,
Wow.
species, but if like Mike Mann's stuck on that centipede, what's your centipede?
Boy, I don't know. I guess it depends on the style of fish, you know, whether it's smallmouth or largemouth, or you know, if I was going to go smallmouth fishing, I would fish a tube, like the Get Bit Baits tube.
Yep. Steven Peters is hooked up.
But if I was going to go do some largemouth fishing, I would probably be fishing a jig.
Oh, he's snagged up. A jig.
Yep. You know, a little flipping some heavy cover with a jig.
Gotcha. Here we're looking at a tube right there. What's your tube rod setup? Rod, reel, line setup?
I might be a little unorthodox compared to most tube anglers. I actually fish my tube on a bait cast reel. Typically a 7-foot medium with braided line. So I'm on the other end of the spectrum as far as what most guys might think a tube should be fished on, where they might think it's a finesse type tactic. Fishing the smallmouth on Lake Winnebago, I learned this from a friend of mine. He had a good point, and when a smallmouth is coming in, we were watching one of the anglers here catch a smallmouth on a spinning rod, and he was trying to keep it from jumping, trying to keep it down in the water column, but he's using a spinning rod with light line. Matthew Ward was doing this. And the other thought is to just hook the fish and winch them in so they can't jump, and just fight the fish instead of let the fish fight you. So I've actually fished 15 to 17 pound fluorocarbon leader with braided line on Lake Winnebago.
Wow.
And we catch smallmouth. And I've done really well that way. A lot of anglers might not do it that way, but it's worked for me, and I don't break off because I don't break off on the zebra mussels with that heavy line. You know, I fish about a 2-foot fluorocarbon leader. Lake Winnebago water isn't that clear, so I'm not worried about trying to fish it on 6 or 8 pound line. And you know, we've done really well doing it that way.
So, do you still fish that way on like a non-tournament day?
Yes.
Really?
Yep. And I will fish that braid to a leader with heavier line on a tube with my bait casting reel in crystal clear water.
Wow.
Now I may not get the same amount of bites that a guy might on a tough day that's fishing it with 6 pound line, but also fish much heavier tubes than most.
Okay.
I'll fish typically I'm fishing a 3/8 ounce head.
Oh yeah.
So I'm heavy on that. I'm heavy on line, and I do well catching smallmouth that way.
What's your go-to color? I know it all depends again. You know.
For tube.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the leech color.
Oh, you like the black style
Yep,
color.
I like that leech, that grayish black, and just seems to catch them everywhere I go. Water clarity doesn't really matter. The other one would be just a standard green pumpkin or a green pumpkin copper. I really only carry 3 colors of tubes that I will consistently fish.
Yeah, actually, you think you're one of the only ones. There's quite a few people in here that.
Next run through this timber. See if that does it.
Geese!
That fish that same way.
Hopefully that boat's not in here.
I was just thinking
Ed says most of the bass are hitting that reaction style bite anyways.
Seems like today, yes.
He is. We'll have to take a long run and get out of here. I don't think we're gonna run down Bago though. It's too scary out there. But it'll be a long way to go to Winnebago County. It'll kill time, but if they're there, I'll get a few of them.
I mean, the way it was yesterday,
Chris says that he does well with the gulp goby with a drop shot for smallies. Is it too early this time of year, you think, for a drop shot presentation?
No, I don't think so. It's definitely a guy like Matthew Ward here. He knows he's around some fish, and it'd be a great technique just to switch it up from a tube to go to something where you can fish a minnow type bait in a goby or a minnow, or you could just go with a straight finesse worm. And smallmouth love that drop shot. I don't know if it matters what time of year it is.
I like fishing the drop shot. That's a fun way to fish. Yeah, a couple guys are on the move.
Looks like Steve's back fishing that little point with that jerk bait.
Just wants to make me go fishing right now. Daniel Elsner. Oh. Yeah, Nick Schertz is, holy man. Another nice largie.
You're good, good.
Dropping bombs now, pal.
Really nice fish. Another fish on the chatterbait.
Too. Oh boy.
Now we got blood in the water. So let me get the boat swung around here into the... Now we got something going.
I have a feeling the bass world is going to get a lot of trash talk from the walleye world after this.
That guy could just straight fish.
Yep. Well, you look at his jacket, U.S. Angling.
Yep.
I mean, the guy can fish. You get selected to do that kind of stuff.
Zeros.
It doesn't matter what kind of species it is. It's all about decision making, and he's good at it.
Three.
3-3. Got it.
Oh,
3-3.
man.
And he's around some nice ones.
Yes. He's entertaining to watch.
And the porker. Look
Oh,
at that.
It's
That's
a little
bass.
skinnier on the bottom. That's why it's not. It's the longest one I caught by a mile, but 3-3, we'll take it.
We allowed the nets on the bass side just
Okay.
again to help keep the angler safe,
that one on.
and it worked well on the walleye side.
I know, you just while you're getting right back to
Well,
your bowl.
I'm gonna dry my hand off so my phone works here.
And there still could possibly be a penalty even with the nets or without the nets. So it's Tyler says the walleye guy is putting in the work. I agree. Kind of see one of our sponsors, our Sportomotive. It's flashing across the bottom now on the Way Live
I had to
scoreboard.
practice on Sunday. I said, well, I got to take a chance and just run water and see if I can find some warm water. And I dumped in Winneconne and ran every channel I could until I found the warmest water. We'll see what shakes down.
Phenomenal
I'm gonna
company.
spin this other side going into the wind.
Been in business for over 35 years.
That's fun. By the way, that's fun. That reminds me why I used to like bass fishing so much. I love fishing out of the front of the boat. I mean, that made my day right there. One little change and two 3-pounders. Fabulous.
So a lot of people are aware of the bladed jig, that Nick's throwing.
Make
It's a
one
very,
quick
very
cast in
popular
here on this
bait.
side and see if we can get one more, and then go for a little pre-fish.
A lot of great companies make some awesome stuff. Well, I like the Omega Rapture bladed jig. That thing has some awesome action.
The wind's grabbing hold of us. Oh, geez.
1-9.
1-9.
Lost that couple of ounces.
The males are moving in, but the females aren't yet. He just sat there and held it. That's all he did.
Check those Rapture jigs out. Just dropped the link in there.
There goes a bat.
Anyone throwing an underspin with a paddle tail? I haven't seen anything like that. Have you?
I have not seen a swim bait get thrown. No.
Like a Kitech. Got those new Berkeley underspins. Those are pretty cool looking stuff. Sounded like a spinner bait.
First cast, look at that, he hooked up.
No, 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 no. That's a mess.
Another pitch and catch.
A total mess.
Maybe that'll give Tim Meyer a little key on what he's got to be doing, and you know, not slow down, just move, cover some water with a moving bait. Yeah, we can go back to what Nick Schertz was just saying before is he traveled around the lake in practice and just tried to find warm water. And instead of doing that, you could get into these channels, because each one of these channels are going to be a little different. Some have current going through them, some don't. Some let the sun hit them all day, some don't. And one cut of these channels could be a lot warmer than the other. And if you're not covering enough water, you're not going to be able to find those warm areas. And covering some water with a crankbait, spinnerbait, might allow you to find an area that has some fish, and if you needed, then you could slow down and pitch a jig and fish a Ned rig. And
Kyle says Smallies love number 4 Selma Hornets. Daniel says Bago is slow. Not sure it's showing its true potential yet, especially how many great anglers are fishing right now. Here's an interesting statement. Based on the viewer count, the upper right corner of the screen looks like walleye fishing is much more in demand. Well, Stephen battles his fish here. Here's the deal. Walleye fishing doesn't have anything like head-to-head out there.
Right.
Bass fishing, there's numerous platforms like this.
Yes.
So I don't disagree with that comment. I just think that, you know, there's not anything out there for the walleye fishing. I think the salmon numbers, once we run a salmon tournament, are going to absolutely crush both of these platforms.
yeah, it's a new platform, especially you know, the bracket style, and man, it's going to open up some doors for these anglers to be able to.
Freaking wind is killing me.
Well, and the other thing too is, you know, like Nick says too, people could be slowly going back to work as some of the restrictions are lifted here, and the schedule just doesn't work here for, you know, not everybody's
I
schedule.
keep missing by about 3 inches with that wind gusting because I'm a rookie. I needed to hit the front side, and I hit the top of it.
And we heard somebody right away yesterday morning said that we were, our numbers were better yesterday during against another platform that was airing a very similar style challenge out there, you know, and we appreciate everybody watching. And, you know, if you share it, you subscribe, you like, you do all that fun stuff, it just helps grow the head-to-head platform, and that will help get us to do more of these events like people have been asking for. The can you come to my state? Can you come to this state? Can you fish
When I'm in here, I want to
catfish?
get a
Can you
good
fish
cast.
carp? Brandon wants to know, do the bass guys use sonar differently than the walleye guys?
I would say no, but it does depend on the body of water. You know, a body of water like Lake Poygan, sonar really doesn't do you a whole lot of good. Max depth is 11 feet. There's not a lot of offshore structure. So, but the really good anglers, the good offshore anglers that are fishing bass, they're able to use their electronics just as efficiently and as much as the walleye guys do. What you will see more of is the Garmin Panoptics being utilized, the Humminbird 360 being utilized, which allows these guys to cast at particular objects that you can't see. Actually allows them to see the fish too.
Well, and I would guess that where each species lives in a totally different area.
Yeah.
So.
With the walleye tournament anglers and just the avid anglers are starting to do a lot more casting and jigging with jig and wraps, rip and wraps, things of that sort, where they might really need to use that Panoptic style and the 360 style to fish those rock piles and places like that. So I think they're getting more into that, where typically you have the trolling bite where guys are just using their side imaging and 2D sonar. But if you didn't have side imaging as a bass angler, boy, you're behind the 8 ball, and that's a game changer.
Yep. Yeah, Dan's kind of got a good point there as well. Bass is a national event. Walleye and salmon are more regional type stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's no secret that bass is a very saturated, sport. It's,
Oh, yeah.
It's all over the place, but
Right.
it's the cool sport. I mean, you get some guys like Kelly Jackson out there that are just, rocking some awesome crazy hats, and you don't have that so much in the walleye world because most of their events aren't even televised.
Right.
You can be the best fisherman in the world, but if nobody knows that you're catching any fish, it doesn't do you really any good.
I'll be curious how long Nick stays in this area, because he has such a decent lead, and maybe he doesn't want to burn any fish for tomorrow or the next day. This is a very small area that he's in, and there obviously is some nice ones in there. So, for him, maybe putting another 3-pounder in the boat doesn't really benefit him today. He can actually start going around and practicing and finding other places that have warm water for him to prepare to fish to Friday.
That's a really good point. Yeah, we keep seeing that a lot. Bass were created for guys that can't catch walleye. That one's been thrown around quite a few times.
I've got some friends that are hardcore walleye anglers, and I catch flack for catching the fish with no teeth all the time. It's not a challenge, but
yeah, Nick's rebuttal was pretty good. He laughed out loud and he said catching bass may be easy, but catching quality bass is a whole different story.
Very true.
Especially in this event where you're looking for fish that are 2+ pounds. I mean, those fish are not as readily available as one might think. Yeah, that's one thing we haven't shared for a while, the into-mouth stickers or the H2H gear.
What was that? Love back on. Hey.
Yeah, Lance, can these fishermen watch today's show and the other fishermen guys' spots tomorrow? Yeah, we kind of saw that as of yesterday. All these anglers today were kind of watching throughout their day if they were at work or were not at work. And the thing that somebody had mentioned yesterday, it doesn't always pay to chase somebody else's bite.
Right.
Stick with what you pre-fished. You know what's going to potentially work, and go with that route first. Here's a question. Hey Matt, how many beers do you guys have naming this thing? I can say I can't say it sober once. That's a good point. Bass fishing means fishing. Cast, reel, jig, purpose. Anyone can drive a boat and troll given the right spots. Let's not start a battle out there, everybody,
Yeah.
but to each their own. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. I know he's not trying to burn anybody out there, but let's keep it civilized.
Nick's
There with
shirt's
Nick's
hooked up.
shirt showing the Bass World how it's done.
Not quite. Oh, he choked it.
It's like he's flipping a black
Oh,
neon
that-
tube there.
That's a Texas rig too.
Yep.
Like,
Can't all be big ones.
Yep. Right where you're supposed to be. I made that last pitch right at the back of that dock, right where the shade is. I thought one more in there, and that would be where it would be, just like that.
Bruce has a good question. Is what's your favorite topwater bait?
Topwater? I do fish a lot of smallmouth, so I tend to lean more towards like a walking bait or a pop-R. Basically, like a big super spook.
Gotcha.
Multiple different brands, but yeah, a big super spook is typically what I go to, and when I'm around the largemouth, that type of stuff, I'll go to a buzzbait.
Speaking of buzzbait, here's a look right here. Troy at that alpha
Yeah, that's a
shad
nice looking
buzzbait.
bait.
It's from Omega Custom. See if it's
It's got the 4 blade.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like 115.
Yeah, that'll be able to crawl nice and slow
Yeah.
with that 4 blade. Keeps it nice and high in the column, and
It's gonna weigh it again.
so that buzzbait there with that bend in that wire like that, what that'll do is when that blade comes to the surface, that blade will want to bend down, and it'll actually tick that blade on that wire, and which allows a little bit more noise, almost like a clacker, which will, gives the bait a little bit more of a unique sound.
I'll share that so people at home can kind of see what we're talking about.
Levi hooking up out in the middle of that channel. Doesn't seem too excited. Pike.
So look at that alpha shad from Omega Custom. That'll be available at the Reel Shot here shortly. It's in store right now. It just has to be added to the website. There's your rattle trap. Red eye shad you guys said earlier?
Yep. This channel that he's in is it's deep in the center, maybe 6 to 7 feet, and there's a lot of weeds that grow up in this channel. So fishing this style bait, he can target those fish that are just sitting off the bank, sitting in those weeds. With this reaction style bait, he can get those bites.
Yeah, Brad Fuller, the owner of Omega, said the same thing. He said the alpha shad blades actually click together since they move independently. Blades do not touch. Oh, they do not touch.
They
the
do
wire,
not touch
said.
that wire on that one.
Okay,
Must
yep.
be a stiff.
But yeah, they
must be
click.
a stiff wire.
I'll run out there and I'll grab some of their stuff. Yeah, I just shared the link, Brad. It'll be available on the Real Shot soon, but I shared the link to your page. How are you doing today, Brad? How's Michelle? It's kind of that you know, attention to detail that Brad's talking about that makes Omega an awesome company. Innovative as well. That guy never rests. He's kind of like Brian.
Yeah.
He's always a go dude. Brad said he's building baits. Should be in the turkey woods. What are you building today, Brad? Can we know? Can the viewers of Head to Head know what's going on at the Omega Lab? Eric, we are doing some more bass events. I'll share the page.
Back out to Nick's shirts.
Bo Hodgen wants to know when we're doing a head-to-head sheephead tournament. I would sign up for that one.
Nick's hooked up.
Oh, man.
Good one.
Good one, he says. Still flipping that tube.
I'm gonna come to the back.
Boy, nice one.
All right, I think that one's gonna score.
I think you're right.
Okay, let me get the boat safe here.
Sure.
Steven, what questions are we missing?
Do you want? Just hang. If you can't touch it, if you're not supposed to touch it, I'll get.
Yeah, I can help you.
Okay.
Both safe.
Okay. Just push the front out. No, go to the middle of the channel.
What's up, John? Boy, Brad's got quite the chore list. He's working on Genesis TI, the Raptures, and a ton of alpha shads. It's going to be that time of year. Bob's kind of mentioning what you were mentioning about potentially saving
Close,
that
but I think
area.
he's gonna make it.
Yeah.
He's close. Might be a heartbreaker.
Yeah, at this point, I think if this one goes over 2 pounds, unless Nick has got some other plans for tomorrow,
Zeros.
he might want to
Probably gonna be
think about saving
113.
this spot with a sizable lead.
Oh, thank you, God.
Oh, 2-4?
God bless America. 2-4.
All right.
Tim Massey says that's the dagger already.
I think so.
Just
It's,
like the good old days if you're watching, Chris.
It's a really good start for him.
Oh, yeah, fish head.
Yeah. Just 2-4, eh?
2.4.
Eric says he's having a hard time keeping his son focused on his schoolwork. The cool thing is Eric, you can go back and rewatch it later on.
Mike hooked up here. Looks like Mike bet him, and he might have been ripping a little rattle trap there.
Oh, that looks like a tube as well. Or is that on a different rod?
Different rods.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
2 pounder. And it fell out.
Mayville,
I hope it's a 2 pounder.
Hartford, Iron Ridge, and Beaver Dam are all pulling for
Get us up here
Justin.
in safety a minute here.
Wow.
Please be 2 pounds. Zeros. Oh, there it is.
2 pounds.
2 pound on the dot. You're a witness, right?
It took a minute, but
He didn't hit at all.
Somebody was on the Wisconsin
pounds,
River and they
isn't it?
saw a head-to-head boat out there. Well, you can buy those stickers at
Right, 2
therealshot.com.
pounds?
Yep.
Maybe it was Kyle and his Sportomotive bass boat. Levi's hooked up again.
Another pike.
Oh.
Ooh.
Might have been the same one.
Tim Meyer and Nick shirts here on the dual screen.
There we see Nick maybe getting ready to leave.
Said could be they were doing a video.
A lot of times it's just understanding the system,
Interesting.
understanding what time of year it is. These fish all go off of food and reproducing. You study the bait fish, you'll find fish. Right now their main food is crayfish. Shad population is down out here. There has been years where these smallies were actually eating minnows. You catch them on a good minnow bite, but
But they just eat the crayfish whole.
yeah, they suck them in. That's their main diet. 90% of the time, smallie is going to eat crayfish. There is a mayfly hatch that happens. They'll eat those too. But right now, their main forage is
Got Matthew Ward there talking about the smallmouth and their typical forage, it being crayfish, and he's exactly right with the Winnebago system. It had a very good walleye, or a shad population, and you could do really well catching a lot of smallmouth on a shad type pattern, swim jigs, things of that sort. And since that shad population has it's depleted and there's not many out there, they're really focused on that crayfish style bite.
Zeros.
Yep.
That could possibly change as the goby population picks up out there as well, right?
$113.
He talked about too the mayfly hatch that happens out there, and that typically happens end of May, June, right around when it's a post-spawn time for these smallmouth. And I fished a tournament out there one time when the mayfly hatch was good, and we got on a topwater bite. And typically that's a good pattern when the mayfly hatch is happening, and we were catching them on a storm chug bug.
Oh, yep.
And we ended up taking second in that tournament with like 16 pounds. We caught all of our fish on that storm chug bug. One fish I did catch that day that was first ever for me is I actually caught a walleye on a chug bug.
Really?
We were fishing the east shore, and I caught about a 16-inch walleye on a chug bug. So apparently the mayfly hatch is good for the walleyes and the smallmouth.
Well, I know a lot of people say kind of off species too, like the crappies go crazy, the panfish go crazy during that time of year as well. Let's see here. What was I saying? Oh, so Charles asked, are there gobies in bagos? I don't know if there's a lot of gobies out there, but it's getting close.
I honestly don't know. I haven't heard of anything. There are what's called a sculpin.
Yep.
Which is the same species of fish, just a different, I can't say same species, but same style fish. The round goby has just a different fin pattern and was not native, but a sculpin is native to the waters here. I've actually snagged them before. People might mistake them because they do look identical, except for one fin that they have.
Oh, okay.
So they may snag one or catch one or see one, and they may think it's a goby.
So Travis asked, why is the legal size 2 pounds? Well, we definitely didn't want to go with the 1 pound. And we also weren't really sure we wanted to go with the big 5 type format as well. So we knew we were going to be catch and release. So that 2 pounds is kind of a fair balance. We're getting some big fish, and we're not going to get as many guys going out there in what we called, and we saw a little bit yesterday, that dinking, trying to go for throwing a wacky rig or something like that.
Just to get a number of bites,
Just to get a number of bites. So that's why we went with that 2 pound, and you saw some of the other bigger formats that went to that 2 pound as well, just because a lot of people didn't want to see the 1 pound type stuff. It's fun to see hook sets, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people still like to see some of them bigger fish. Not to say in those other formats they're not catching 5, 7, 8, 9 pounders.
Right, and we're still able to see the hook sets.
Yep.
It's just that those fish aren't registering as illegal fish, and still seeing the fish catches, which is good. And
so Chris has said it. Yeah, I've had smallies puke up those sculpins. Why not charters? Locks are closed because of the gobies, so they're not in Bago. Richard said before I got a 5 pound walleye on a black jitterbug at night.
Wow.
The jitterbug and the hula popper are my dad's favorite bass lures.
You could fish those today and do just as well.
Yep.
It's just the times have changed, and
you mentioned the chug bug before. I remember watching on like TNN. Remember when Bill Dance and all those guys used to be on TNN?
Yep.
Real Tree Outdoors, but the chug bug had that commercial where they made that song about the chug bug. I'll never forget that song.
Well, now you're gonna have to sing.
Now I got to sing.
Now I don't know what that song is, so I can't help you.
Oh man, it's spitting, popping, twitching, walking thing. They call it the chug bug.
There you go.
Yep.
Maybe you'll have to search that and find that.
I'll have to search it. It's
because I'm gonna guess that they could probably sing it better than you.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't get paid enough to actually sing. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Corey's saying here, I catch a lot of walleye on my smallmouth waters for sure. Those fish virtually live in kind of the same haunts.
Yeah. A lot of times I'm out there in the middle of August and September when most guys that are walleye fishing are out trolling in the flats and in the mud and doing that kind of thing. And I'm catching them in 2-3 feet of water, fishing for smallmouth.
Walleye?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Very common. And I think that might be a underutilized tactic on Lake Winnebago that a lot of people don't realize is those walleyes stay shallow year round.
Yeah, there you go. Kyle knows the song. Chug a chug bug makes you want to holler hidey ho. Catch big fish, don't you know? Yeah. That's a different one. I remember though. I loved those. It was Saturday and Sunday mornings. You'd wake up and TNN. That's when they played. Those a country music station on television.
Yeah.
Bill Dance, Hank Parker. Then our local stations, we had Tony Dean. You remember watching
Tony
fishing
Dean,
with
yeah.
Tony Dean
Out of South Dakota.
Brad or Bob Masacomer, the big muskie northern fishing. God, he was entertaining as well. Obviously, Babe Winkleman.
Boy, it looks rough out on Poigan.
Yeah, this is where the camera guys are definitely earning their pay going across that big water. Back to Mike.
Mike looks like he's throwing a jerk bait down the middle of the channel here. And you can see the current coming out of there. You know, you wouldn't think it'd be that strong coming out of a channel or a cut, but because that other end of that channel is connected to the Wolf River, you got a lot of current that flows through there. I think that helps with water temps, because I think typically the river water is a little bit warmer than the lake water early in the year.
So why do you think you pulled away from that bridge area? Just
to give it a little time and maybe
let the
it
fish kind of reload?
Yeah, reload without his boat being there. And I think it's a good idea. It's a good call on his part, either coming out or going in and giving it a little time. I think he has the confidence in this area, like I would if I was fishing. I would be doing the same thing. It's such a good area, and he could load the boat and have 20 pounds in 5 casts.
Wow.
On this spot. It can be that good. He's catching some fish. Like he said, he thinks it's a lot of males that are in there, so maybe he's maybe a day or 2 or 3 off where we might start seeing some big females. But if Mike can make it to Thursday or Friday, this might be a really good place for him or another angler to really load the boat if they needed to.
Again, thank you everybody on the chat line and on the stream for supporting H2H Fishing. We want to say thank you by offering the H2H 10 code on therealshot.com. Remember, The Real Shot's one of the head sponsors, just like Omega Custom Tackle that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen right now, and Sportamotive. So go ahead and go to those websites, give them some support. You know, show them a little bit of love. Go to their social media accounts as well. So we saw like a lipless bait thrown for a while here. Do you fish the red eye shad, or do you have a different brand that's kind of your go-to?
I don't fish the rattle trap too often.
Okay.
It's just not one of my baits that I have confidence in. I do have quite a few red eye shads. I do have quite a few Spro Aruku shads. Those are the 2 that I would fish the most.
Have you gotten that mega bass kick yet?
No, I haven't.
No?
No, I have found ways to not purchase $26 lures. And not that they're not good. They are good. People have a lot of confidence in them, and but I've found other baits that I can fish and catch them just as well.
Yeah, nothing worse than throwing like a mega product and having a pike bite it off.
2 casts and you lose $26 or something, and yeah, it's hard to swallow.
Chad says he loves the Spro lipless. Yeah,
Yep.
we got to look there at Greg Karsh doing a great job on the behind the camera. Again, all the camera officials are doing a phenomenal job. Boy, we're really putting them through the paces here on all these events so far in 2020. I mean, we haven't had really a nice day
No,
yet.
it's been tough.
It's kind of the head-to-head.
All of the walleye ones were just
Oh, yeah.
cold and, a little windy. And yeah, they're doing a great job today. A lot of fish catches today, a lot more than yesterday. And
Now we're kind of in that midday kind of lull here. A lot of boats moving around. A lot of people searching again for that warmer water.
yeah, and I think this is also, too, a time when these guys start looking at the leaderboard and start wondering what their opponents got. Like here we got a match where, it's a little over a 5-pound lead. And as tough as it's been, that's, it's potentially 3 fish to be caught to be able to catch up. And, Matthew Ward, he puts one more nice fish in the boat. He's got a really good chance of taking this match. Make these guys make some decisions that, whether to stay or go, and it's a big deal.
Tim here again we're looking at Tim Meyer here. He's 2 pounds with 1 fish, and Nick's is kind of running away with that battle. He's got 5 total fish. His biggest one is a 3-pound 3-ouncer, but he's at 13-pound 3 ounces. But just 2 hours and 30 minutes left. We're kind of at that stand up and stretch type of point here of H2H fishing. I won't count him out. I mean, Tim Meyer is a phenomenal angler. You know, I heard you guys talking earlier. He's a huge supporter of Head to Head. We're super stoked that he's got the chance to fish one of these. Joseph Johnson says, Tim hit that culvert. Will H2H be fishing in Lake Delavan?
Second retie this.
Yep, I believe
it's not
that's
bad,
still
but
on
there's
the registration
a little
page.
wear on it. You get to give me one soon?
Unless you're looking for walleye, we do have a bass event set up on there. Troy, now that you've watched this for a while, have you considered fishing one of these?
I have.
Okay.
A lot of people ask me why I wasn't in this event. Just because I am so familiar with the Winnebago system, and
yeah.
But I haven't actually fished a tournament on the Winnebago system in quite a few years.
I just saw a bad spot on this thing, so I don't want to mess around with it. Might as well retie it.
But I love the format. I love the fact that it's, I just got to beat one guy each day. It's really cool.
Yeah, I changed it.
It's like Nick's moved to another spot on the northwest side of Lake Poygan. I'm very familiar with this little spot he's in.
Break a line or bend a hook or something stupid.
He's talking about how important it is to check your line every so often.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no nicks. There are some events set up for northern Wisconsin. I just shared the link in there. KC has kind of that spot narrowed down.
Yes, he does.
Ooh, I got slammed.
Joe Mann says, any talks about coming back to Marinette? I don't think that'll happen this year. Don't count me out. I don't really know that for a fact, but due to everything that's going on, I don't know if that's going to be in the cards for a walleye event out there this year. But I may be wrong. I'm wrong a lot.
Huh? Yeah. Otherwise, you give it to me, I can change it. You need a screwdriver to get it.
You run power poles or?
I do not. I don't have poles or talons. I guess I just never really, I fished in boats that have had them, and they're a huge benefit. I know a lot of guys have them. It's actually kind of funny. I'm in the Great Lakes Bass Anglers Club, and I had just joined that club 2 years ago, and I showed up at my first event in Shawano, and out of 18 boats, I was the only boat without poles. So I felt out of place. I thought, man, am I missing something here? Or,
Right.
But I laugh at the guys a lot because I don't ever see them using them fishing.
And I use them on the docks.
Yeah, I just call them parking sticks. That's what everybody uses them for. And we came back at the end of the day, and everybody was parked in at the dock at a 45-degree angle with their poles down, and they didn't have a spot for me to park because I don't have poles. I got to go parallel to the dock. So they were giving me a hard time because I didn't have parking sticks, So, but no, just the Ultrex trolling motor and.
Derek. So Derek has a question in here. He's we changed the rules about a month and a half ago, or the events for 2020 due to COVID and everything like that. We had to redo the whole entire schedule. So like you're looking at their event possibly 8 for bass. That whole schedule that we had set up originally got scrapped. We have a new schedule. It's a new page set up. So the events, we utilized some of the lakes that we had picked already, but yeah, the time frames have all changed. Yeah, quite a few people are saying they don't have.
Yeah, how's it going, Eli?
Got in the boat, Levi Warner. He's put a lot of fish in that boat, though.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of fish catches today. It's been good. Hopefully it picks up every day. It gets better as the week goes on. I mean, the wind forecast isn't going to be good, but these guys that are fishing these channels, the wind isn't really a factor unless you want to move. And it's pretty good.
Oh, that's awesome. So Brad Fuller just sent me a message. Let's see if I can share it. But he's working at his desk, and he's got 2 computers set up with
Nice.
head-to-head cranking on them. Again, Brad Fuller, owner of Omega Custom Tackle, one of the awesome sponsors we got for head-to-head fishing. I'm going to share the page here to Omega, or the link, I should say, to their website. Phenomenal website. Get some gear. They got some fancy looking gear there too. Some apparel. Some awesome videos of Brad. That's kind of a Mang Lee beard he's got rocking there. It's a little more full though. That's I look at Brad Fuller with that beard. I just don't want to mess around with him. Back to Kelly Jackson. Now he's switched up the hat. That's a unicorn hat. I've seen that one before.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising seeing Kelly here with 0 fish, and he's a really good stick out here on the Winnebago system.
Holy man. Go over to the, I'll share the link to the Facebook page. Brian said we're 90 likes away from reaching 10,000 already, and that page is growing super, super rapidly. So thank you, everybody. Oh, so okay, I was just got word people want some giveaways. Well, we're gonna give away a in the mouth sticker. Probably do it H2H hat if we got one available at 10,000. So the minute we hit 10,000, I'm gonna put it on one of those guys out there to randomly pick somebody, and we'll get you a little head-to-head kit. So for those who haven't found it yet, here's the Facebook link. So remember, we're going to randomly pick out of 10,000 people. I'd hate to be that guy picking that. A little H2H packet once we hit 10,000. Speaking of hats, I got word that the ship date is getting a lot closer. So that'll be awesome. That's some of the patch hats. Eric says, I noticed they are fishing slower than yesterday. Corey, I'm not going to repeat your comment out loud, but that's a good one. People can read that one. Make Kyle Carpenter pick. Yeah.
Quigs.
Kyle pick. That's a great job for him. He looks busy right now, sitting there with his arms over his head. And I saw he was eating a Sammy earlier. What kind of sandwich was that? Summer sausage. Cheese? Was it cheese and mayo? Ooh, he's having a Venny Sammy. What a jerk. I was informed that it was from Chad Karowski.
He harvested quite a few deer this bow season.
Did he? John Van Norman says, Captain Keller said he would buy me a hat. Well, you got to take that up with Captain Keller. When are the custom baits back in stock at TRS? Which ones are you looking for? Raymond misses Captain Keller. I think he's fishing this week. He said he was going to take the week off and do a little fishing.
Sorry. I'm trying to get it up so it doesn't. Holy! Oh, you son of a bitch!
Looks like an uncomfortable ride.
That is the unfortunate thing about Lake Winnebago. As a bass angler, I don't really care what kind of boat you're in, what brand of boat you're in. You better wear your rain gear. When it's wavy, you're going to get wet.
Yeah, you could be. I couldn't quite tell if you made a donation to the swear jar on that one.
I think he did.
Well, I couldn't feel my.
Quig says he's gotten a baptism in Kelly's boat before out on Bago.
I've never heard a unicorn swear, but I think I just did.
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you, Judith. That's very nice of you. She says she'd love to watch head-to-head tournaments while sewing masks for Wisconsin Face Mask Warriors.
2 degrees warmer. 1 more degree and we'll get them. We need 1 more water, 1 more degree back of this channel. If we get 47.5, we'll get them.
You hear Nick talking about how dialed in he is on these fish. He says if he gets 47.5 degree water temps, he'll catch them. So that's how dialed in he is on these channels and the water temps he needs. Just like that, he's hooked up.
Looks like another good one.
Man,
So you think you'll pull out of that channel now?
just putting on a clinic.
Still got 2 hours and roughly 17 minutes left. Thanks, Brian. So Kyle says, what are those poor cameramen going to do during 19-foot boat doing their H2H on Sheboygan?
Scale. You got it in your bag?
Up in the front there.
I think we're going to actually look for more specific camera officials during those events. People that are used to being on that
big water.
Yep.
Sure.
Know how those salmon boats work so they don't stand in the way, get in the way. I mean, those might be different officials.
2.7? 2.7.
Now, for the people that don't know about the salmon, is that going to be a single angler also?
No, those
Is
are
it
going to
gonna
be
teams?
Yep, those would be teams.
It'd be hard to be a single angler doing all of that.
Yep.
It will be a team event.
Oh, here we go.
Tim Kelly.
Jackson.
Or Kelly Jackson,
Yes.
I'm sorry, hooked up.
Got one on, huh?
Yeah, it's. I don't know what it is though. Probably a sheephead by the way it's pulling. I'm almost positive it is. I don't know what it is. Okay. Or is it? Dogging like a big sheephead.
Doesn't seem to be fighting like a bass.
I think he's right.
Holy crap. It's a giant sheephead.
It's not a bass?
No. If I could weigh this. That's just so I can get the stupid thing off.
We've talked about it before. This is virtually a penalty
Just so I can
right
get
here. I mean,
Nope,
battling a
she ain't
sheephead
coming
and
in.
non-species fish. We saw a lot of the walleye guys just try to break those fish off. Or
Look at the size of this thing. Just to
Holy
show the camera. Yeah, the way it was dogging like that, I didn't expect it to be a bass. Would have been nice if it was, but well, there you go. Multi-species.
since those sheephead really love crayfish, and that's what he's throwing is that tube to kind of simulate that crayfish, like you were saying earlier. Giant's hooked up again.
Maybe don't feel very big. You never know.
Twitch, twitch, pause.
Nope.
There's times I wish we had a microphone
Yeah.
over
Yeah.
by the producers.
Wait a dang thing. Wrong button.
That's good stuff.
Zeros. Hell, this thing's only on 1/6, if that. Huh, 112. Okay, it's closer.
Pretty much good.
Damn, one tree right there. Fucking.
Stu says, keep up the good work at Duckett Fishing, and Gary Klein will come by H2H Fishing. It's crazy how shallow he is with that jerkbait.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's closer to that bridge where it does get a little deeper towards the center. But yeah, you get to the edges of that channel and it's a foot deep. It's very shallow. We got Matthew Ward. He's, I think, the only angler out on the lake in Lake Winnebago fishing for smallmouth.
Just dragging that tube.
We still at 3.7, huh? How do we know this automatically updates, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't look as windy where he is.
Yeah, he's up on that northwest side of the lake where that's the direction the wind is coming from today, and I don't think it'll be that way tomorrow with the wind forecast out of the northeast, east. So this area here might not be fishable tomorrow.
Well,
You know, I'd hate to see Nick actually put his rod down and stop fishing. But at this point, with this sizable lead, in my mind, I probably a lot will agree, is I think he should be just practicing now. Just trying to go around, get bites, cover his hook, cut his hook off, whatever he's got to do to just try to locate more fish for tomorrow. Because, you know, if he can continue this type of bite, he could make his way till Friday, and he's not going to want to burn these fish if he's going to utilize these same areas.
Really buckle down.
So he's in a tight little.
Okay,
very
I'm coming
small
out, okay?
ended channel here.
He's
Yeah.
talking about somebody wants to come in and get at their dock there. Yeah, that's a really good point, Troy. It's a lot of the bass guys do. They'll shake them off.
Look at
or,
this.
You know what they say.
Right.
World's best backwards driver. Just ask my kids.
It takes some skill to back a boat up like that.
Yeah, big walleye boat too. It's
We don't. not a lot of water in here, so I'm just gonna, being I seem to have a handle on this. Hopefully it warms up enough for that pretty soon. It's not very nice out there, is it? It's not very nice. Oh, it's awful out there, man. Couple. Thank you.
Spoken like a true fisherman. By a couple, he means, oh, just about 6.
We're watching Steven Peters here. He's in an area that Colin Martin was fishing yesterday, catching him in up shallow, pitching into the weeds and the trees and the bushes.
So Mike's right back in front of that bridge again.
That might be more comfortable down here.
I think he said he's going to go underneath that bridge.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't yet. We haven't seen him on that side. A lot of times, knowing Mike as well as I do, if you can see past his knee, there's a seawall up there, and a lot of times he likes to take his boat, go around that side, tuck up against that seawall and tie, and then throw back into that. And maybe that's what he's going to do now, just give the fish a little bit different angle. I've fished about 20 years of tournaments against Mike, so and Mike's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
Has he taken any money from you?
A lot.
Where's this tournament at? This is on the Lake Winnebago system here in central Wisconsin. I'll go over the boundaries over that area really quick. So right here off Lake Winnebago, it's 1 mile off the west shore. They can fish all of Lake Poygan, including the Pumpkin Seed and the Pine River areas. Butamore, Lake Winneconne. The biggest thing about this format or this tournament here is the Fox River and the Wolf River are closed for this event. John Barrows had a question. He says, why is there 2 depth finders or more on some of these boats? Chad kind of really answer that question, says eliminates the need to have a split screen.
Yes, definitely. A lot of guys will just use one screen for your side imaging because typically you want that on a larger screen. You don't want to split screen that. And then the other one would be on his mapping or 2D sonar with a split screen. It allows you to see your 2D sonar down and then whatever contour line you're trying to follow, you have your mapping up on the other screen. A lot of guys will have the same in the front that like I have in mine. I have 2 Humminbird units in the front. One I use for mapping, 2D sonar. The other one is strictly just for 360 imaging. You'll see that a lot. And you'll see guys that are actually putting multiple brands, meaning one would be a Garmin with Panoptics and the other one would be a Humminbird with 360. So they have the best of everything up front so that they can see. That's a pretty popular thing now. Obviously, it costs a lot of money to put those things on your boat, but the benefits are worth it.
Brian Eish, who was fishing.
See the rocks on the line, the water line with all this north wind? It's pulling all the water out of here. Can you see how it looks like it's down almost a foot? Yeah. When you look at the edge of the rocks, this north wind is pulling all this water out of here. I can't even run any of that. It's too shallow for me to get in there. I hope I can get in this next channel by going up the middle.
That's a hard spot to get a bass boat into, and he's trying to get a walleye boat in there. I've been in there numerous times. It is very shallow at the mouth of that.
I was going to say earlier before Mr. Shirts dropped some awesome information on us. Brian Eish says, I use one screen for live scope and the other one for my map and my 2D like you were talking. How do both Panoptics and 360 work together in regards to interference?
I don't personally have that. I know Kyle Carpenter, our tournament director, he has both, or he had both last year, and I know he has the side imaging up front now, which is the same technology as the 360 imaging, and he also has the Garmin Panoptics, and apparently he does not have any interference at all. They work off of different I guess sonar technology that they don't interfere with each other, so it does work.
Did we hit our 10,000? I just got word. Sounds like we're at 9,920.
So we're 80 away.
We're 80 away. We've only I think we were 90 away before, so we're slowly creeping in on it.
Maybe we need the chat viewers to share it and ask their friends to like the page or subscribe or whatever it is.
Yeah, like it and share it. We've been I posted the link in there to the head-to-head fishing page and got some awesome people on today. So Troy's stepping out to take a little break. Russell, the muscle, the love muscle, as people are calling you on the chat screen.
Love it.
Let's join him back in. Russell, do you think if we would head into Sportomotive, we would get a discount on a boat? Because we're doing such a great job talking about Sportomotive.
I really doubt it.
I know it's a stretch.
Yeah,
it's a stretch. But no, Sportomotive is an amazing company locally here. Business for 35 years. Brands they carry for boats and ATVs and all that other great stuff. They carry the Tracker family, Nitro, Tahoe, Sun Tracker, pontoons. Looking for something from the power sports fun? We stock Polaris ATVs and snowmobiles, also the Ranger and the RZR utility vehicles. We can also help with the Mercury outboard motors and Triton trailers. So go check them out. Right off of Newbert Road over by Highway 15 here in the Fox Valley. You can also check them out at Sportomotive on their website. Biggest thing we talked about for them, only 97 dealers in the nation have won the prestigious CSI award, and they are one of them. Our service department is also Polaris Master certified, so you know the repairs to your vehicle will be done right the first time and every time. So again, go check out Sport and Motive. It's really easy. It's just sport-o-motive.com. Scott Reed says Kelly needs to change his head again to get into rally mode. Chad wants to know, Russell, if best option for side imaging, Bird, Garmin, Lowrance.
Bird has in my opinion, Humminbird has the best side imaging. Obviously, Garmin is the leader in live version now, the live scope, Panoptics, your live view, I guess, might be the best term. And then personally, I think Lowrance just altogether is sort of behind a little bit as of right now. But I know they've come out with a live imaging as well, and quite a few people have confidence in their side views, so they make good stuff. The Mega SI from Humminbird is pretty tough to beat.
Chris says it's really simple. Just stick your head under the water, look left, look right, then look right again. Blaine, Sportomotive is awesome. Jerry, BJ, and the team over there, top notch all the way around. I totally agree. It's a phenomenal place. 35 years of business. That's amazing. They also have parts and accessories if you're looking for that stuff. Large parts department full of helmets, life vests, boating supplies, depth finders, trolling motors, and much, much more. So you can go check them out if you're looking to upgrade. Victor says Garmin's new perspective mode, mount mode, should help eliminate the need for Garmin guys to run 360. Can't wait for the new mount to be available. Clark Van Straten has a question. What's the difference between the Humminbird Gen 2 and the Gen 3 units?
I believe the Gen 3... Ooh, hooked up, Levi Warner. It looks big, whatever it is. That's a nice bass. That looks like a 2-pounder to me. I believe the Humminbird Gen 2s cannot be linked. The Humminbird Gen 3s can.
2.7. 2.7.
£2 7 ounce for Levi. Jeremiah wants to know, is Levi sporting the Sam Elliott stash again today? I think he is.
Yes, Kenny. The G2N can be linked. The regular G2 cannot.
When will TRS start carrying boat electronics?
We do. We have. I mean, it's right now mostly a special order thing, but we've definitely had them in the past.
Link to what? My Gen 2 N shares waypoints and nav transducer.
N, yes, the N model can share. Yep.
Oh, Stu just got his perspective mount, or
Yep.
yeah, mountain. Sounds pretty excited.
Yes, he does.
So Derek, the reason they pull their phones out after they weigh a fish is because that's how it gets entered to the scoreboard you see at the bottom of your screen. So that's a Walleye scoreboard there, and that automatically populates as the weights are updated there, and it flashes between every angler. Kind of lets you know at home where everybody's at as the battles continue throughout the day, and we're less than 2 hours left here. Looking at a battle right now between Nick Schertz and Tim Meyer. Nick has a comfortable lead with 6 pounds for 15 pounds 10 ounces for 6 fish, I meant. Tim Meyer brought that good luck visor out.
Ooh, Schertz there. Swing and a miss.
Mistake in my bracket was maybe if I'd have went this way, I'd be looking pretty.
I was just trying to brag a little bit to about my bracket, Matt. The problem is I'm bragging about a bracket that's going to lose to him probably, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at my left side potentially right now, and I think I'm going to have some big changes coming out here. Yeah, Derek says 51 minutes till Dink Fest, so that what he's referring to is the battle between
Kelly Jackson,
Justin and Kelly Jackson. Yeah, so what happens is for those two anglers only, because every other battle has some fish caught that were weighed over 2 pounds. If we get to a hour point and these anglers have not caught a scoreable 2 pound plus fish, the weight limits for them will go off, and then they go to Dink Town. They're going to go dinking. That means any bass they catch will be a scoreable bass. Biggest thing about that is on the Walleye, that has to be entered in by us here at the studio, so they will let us know, and then we'll update the scores for them instead of them doing it on their phone. So gonna look at Steven Peters. It does look like he's throwing a wacky rig. Tim, I believe he's making a run.
A long run. Yep.
Yeah, we just got word he's making a pretty good long run, and with the conditions out there, you know, it might take him a little longer than normal, so that's why his camera's not functional right now. It's just hard to film out in those kind of conditions.
Sounds good, Ed.
Catch a couple sunning themselves up here.
Brian, who was a participant in Dink Fest yesterday, says it's not even a fun place to be.
No. No, but if it's a winning place, that's what matters. Brian won the Dink Fest battle yesterday.
Chuck, does Justin's underweight bass count?
It
no,
does
it
not
has to
until the
be,
1 hour mark.
Yep, after that 1 hour mark. I'll share the link to those. Here's the rules to the tiebreaker. Call it Dink Fest rules. Hashtag let's go dinking.
Yep.
Ed says, Russell, I will shoot you a pic of the 70s stash I got going.
Sounds like a plan.
Let me know when you get that.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that looks. Can't wait till we get hashtag DinkFest t-shirts.
I know.
Excited.
Would you wear that in public?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's just like in the mouth. Would you wear that shirt in public?
Sure, absolutely.
You're damn right I would.
Yep.
Swear jar that one. Yeah, it's been a good start to the day as far as the bites. Kind of calmed down unless you're Nick Shirts. That bites continued to be really, really nice. What happens if neither one catches a fish in that remaining hour? Well, then we go to the good old-fashioned coin flip. Again, I'll share the rules in here so you can read through it while the fishing's just a little bit slow right now. Oh, here's the Dink Fest rules coming in. Looks like Russell just got some pictures. Oh, that's nice.
Nice stash at it.
When I did that, when I stepped on that release, foot's a little wet. Yeah, I was not thinking when I did that stunt. Like, you know, that probably wasn't very smart.
You know, a lot of guys that tuned in this year think that Troy Gabriel was kind of the president of the Dink Fest, but if you got to remember, you got to go all the way back to 2019 is when the first Dink Fest actually started.
That is a true statement, although I would say that Troy is probably the president. He had Dink Fest dialed in, unlike anybody that we've had yet. Troy, I mean, he basically he accumulated dinks to get a dandy of a weight by adding multiple dinks together in a Dink Fest competition. To the point where his competitor couldn't even catch regular sized fish to overcome his lead that he built.
I don't know how many times you could say dink in one sentence, but
it was pretty good.
You
yeah.
accomplished it, Russell. So we got to get a TG.
Yeah. We got to get him in here at some point for sure.
It was Dylan, wasn't it? Well, I'm talking to Brian right now, so I apologize if we're having a conversation in a conversation, but it was... Brian, that was Dylan versus Brent, wasn't it? So what we're trying to figure out here is Dylan Dreifel was one of the anglers in the Dink Fest, the first original Dink Fest last year, and he had one little channel in mind. And remind you, this is October when we were in these kind of conditions, and he was looking to move forward to head-to-head. He actually blocked the channel off just in case he had to go to that final tiebreaker situation. And it paid off for him because he went way back in that channel. I think he threw something like a wacky rig worm. I think it was white. Caught one fish that was just over 1 pound. A fluke, Brian says, but who's counting? But But yeah, count that. He caught that fish, then he moved back out, and he put. I think you put a couple of 2-pounders in the boat then to really seal the deal. But
I feel like Justin maybe setting himself up for Dink Fest.
could be.
If you're going to make a run of an hour, knowing that you're going to get maybe 30 minutes or so of fishing time before Dink Fest, you feel like maybe he has a spot where he caught a fair amount of undersized bass, and he's running there to, as Brian said before in that other tournament where the guy blocked the channel, maybe he's going somewhere where he's going to just camp out until the hour time frame and just load up on dinks.
Yeah. Dinkapalooza, you could call it.
Yeah. It could be a dinkathon. I mean, you never know.
man.
Ooh, hooked up here.
Could be watching a plethora of dinks getting
Plethora
caught
of
here in
dinks.
that
I
last
like
hour.
that. I like that. Steven's trying to decide, like, do you net him? Do you just football grab him? I'm not sure, but he's like, we'll just take him however. Do we got a jig here, or we got a
No,
worm?
that's a wacky rig.
Wacky rig?
Yep.
Okay.
Cinco.
Have you shared some Cincos today at all?
Ooh. I will now. Yo, Yamamoto's. The Bassmaster Classic, we actually met Gary Yamamoto. Zach, I think, got a picture of him.
That's pretty cool.
$111.
After watching this all week, Russell, you think Lily the Pounder's going to make you go out bass fishing this weekend?
I would. She's already been begging to go a couple times. Fishing in general, she'd be okay with walleye fishing as long as we don't troll.
Yep.
So I might cheat a little bit and take her and use flies in the river in Oshkosh because it's a form of trolling in my opinion, but it's still rod in hand, and she'll be happy with that. But I could promise you she'd probably rather have Nick's shirts take her fishing right now and go pound some bass in the Winnebago system. We are back on Justin's boat. He appears to be upright and looking to start fishing again after a long run.
Oh. It's above your pay grade, Brian.
That was a journey, man. Oh, it's raw. I want to do that again.
We are 39 minutes from 1 hour to go. We're looking at our matchup here that has the potential to go into Dink Fest.
Don says, okay, coming from a walleye guy and liking to give bass guys a bit of a razzing, how about a decal for them? Says, don't hate me because I got a big mouth.
I like it. It's actually a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Justin Anderson says, I'm trying to plumb a new sink and all I hear is dink, 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 and laughed so hard he hit his head.
What was wrong?
How many smallies have been caught so far? Travis wants to know. God, I don't even know how the total.
Well, yesterday Ming got 3, I think, right?
Yep.
Ming Lee.
And Matthew's been targeting smallies.
Yep, Matthew, how many ever fish he has? 3 are smallies. I think that's it.
Yep. Steven was out there for a while?
Was his first fish maybe a smallie? No, he only has 1 fish. Yeah, it could be.
I know Mike caught a smallie back by that bridge.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Mike's first fish was a smallie. Yep. First couple fish were smallies, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, hooked up. Hooked up. Levi Warner could take the lead on Mike Mann right here. I don't think that's going to cut the mustard.
Yeah.
I never understood the cut the mustard term. Maybe that's not a real term. Cut the pickle would be better, or cut the onion.
Yep.
Garrett Johnstone says, man caught 2 smallies.
Yeah, I thought at least 1, maybe a couple.
1-7.
What do you say, 1-7? Marty, I agree that this is a close match between Mike Mann and Levi Warner.
Yeah, gotta be bigger than 2 pounds though, and that was only 1.5 pounds.
Yeah, he's 15 ounces behind, and he's definitely put a ton of bass in the boat today. They're just all short of that 2-pound minimum. Zach's got a comment for you there, Russ.
I agree 100%. Yeah, I'm ready for some screaming drags myself on some nice salmon. Yes, it is. I'm happy to have bass fishing on right now because there's nothing else to watch. Walleye fishing next week, and sooner or later we're going to get to salmon.
Yeah, there's a couple of people mentioning how about a combo event. We've definitely talked about that. I think that would be fun. You know what you could do is like a tag event, like tag team wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
First half of the day you're out walleye or bass fishing, then they have to fly back to the
Ooh,
landing.
now that one he stepped into that hook set.
This could break our potential fun for a Dink Fest.
Yes, it could. Apparently Justin did not run to Dinktown.
Dinkapalooza.
If that was a walleye, it would probably need to see a dentist after that hook set.
Yep, that's the old tiptoe and pucker.
It is going to be right on the dot. I know. Most of the size of that other one. 113.
Oh
No!
my gosh. I'd reweigh it.
Come on. Oh man, I gotta give you a penalty for that one. You're above the gunwale.
I was going to say that was awful close, and it definitely was a 2-minute penalty.
Yeah. That's an easy one to forget. You gotta serve it on your phone. What's the penalty? Yep, you gotta click the tab, serve penalty. Okay.
Looking live at Tim Meyer here. Tim is, unfortunately, he is facing Nick Schertz, who's like a runaway
Something
freight
changed
train
in the
today.
last couple hours. I don't know if it's the wind or what.
Yeah, your first couple hours.
Oh, that's a...
That definitely does not look like an under.
Oh,
Wow, that thing almost fell in.
Yo-yo.
I'm gonna go.
God, I love watching those guys set the hook. Oh, he didn't even weigh it. Oh. bold strategy, Cotton.
Especially down 13 pounds. I mean, I think I'm weighing everything at this point, just taking my chances.
Johnny says he's on my channel.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, I agree, Raymond. I don't know if he can afford that penalty, but actually it's going to cut down the time to he potentially could get to Dink Fest. Now, that fish would have counted in Dinkland.
Yeah, maybe he did go to Dinkville.
He could have. Oh,
Hooked
here we
up,
go,
hooked
Mike
up.
Mann
Action's
again.
getting hot now. That that one will only count in Dinktown.
Yep.
These guys are being a little bit careless, I feel like, on the release. They're getting close.
They're
that was
getting
below the
close,
gunwale,
yeah.
but they're definitely not exaggerating it.
Who was it? Corey Clark that sent us that video last week?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Of Into Mouth.
Into Mouth by his kids.
Corey, don't send us a video of the Dinkland stuff. All right, Justin's back out of his little timeout. He's Yeah, I would say you were right, Russell. Anything right now that looks real close, I'd be putting it to the scale.
I mean, I think you just have to. I don't think
Peace
you
of
have any
mind?
other choice. Yeah, I mean, these guys are on the boat. They know the size. But that to me looked like it was close.
Jesse says some of these guys are going to have to start doing yoga so they can bend down a little closer to the gunnel.
I can tell you one thing. I would need to go on one knee for sure. Absolutely.
Harley's got a question for you over here. Are the using big boats on the salmon tournament? If so, that will be a spendy gas bill by the time you make it to the finals.
I'm sure there will be a wider range of 18 to 40-foot boats. The good news is, based on the boundaries, the fall tournament will be very shallow water fishing, almost no run time. And even the Sturgeon Bay tournament will be kept 5, 6, 7 miles. Yes, they're going to use more gas than a lot of these guys do, but not what they would use if they were running 10, 15, 20 miles for sure.
Mark says someone needs to bust out the banjo minnow. I've caught some fish in that banjo minnow.
I've never actually owned one, or maybe even seen one, I don't think, in my hand. I've seen them on TV a few times, when I used to have TV.
Right.
Back to Mike Mann right here.
Ryan Dice says.
Oh, hooked up.
Going to one leg with this prosthetic.
This is getting sick.
Is that?
That's that centipede again, I think.
Quick look at that zoom centipede.
Green pumpkin color is good too, yeah. Yep.
Damn it.
So this is Mike Mann's bait. Brian says he's been fishing this for 30 years. Sounds like a heater boat or something.
Well, if Tim Meyer's going to catch Nick Schertz, he needs to catch a heater right now.
Yeah.
He needs to catch one of the best 1 hour and 28-minute eaters he's ever had.
He needs to get on board with the closer, Anthony.
We're auto. We're just
He was down by 20 pounds, wasn't he, when he made his run?
can't get in there. It's just too
Yeah.
shallow.
Yep.
I can hardly get out of here where I am now.
But there was 8-pound walleyes biting at that time.
Yeah, that's
doesn't appear to be 8-pound bass biting here.
No.
Based on what I've seen the last couple days, a 3+ pounder is a dandy.
Joe Mans wants to know, have you ever thought of calling ESPN? They have nothing to air. Tim Meyer just missed one.
Yeah, and it just railed it.
Get back in there. Well, Joe, do us a favor. Reach out to them. I mean, you guys could tag some of these companies in the chat line there. Let them know that they should be looking into head-to-head fishing.
Joe Mans, I agree 100%. ESPN is playing basketball from 20 years ago right now. Like Michael Jordan might be in a wheelchair. I mean, really?
Are they playing your boy Magic Johnson?
No, they're playing Michael Jordan and the like 90-something Bulls or something right now.
That's just got to make you really disappointed, doesn't it?
Thankfully I don't have TV.
I was gonna say, it sounds like Kelly Jackson's throwing one of those Shimano DCs.
Yep.
They have that sound. We'll have to listen next time he throws.
Tanner says ESPN had the 1989 NFL draft on last night. They're really stretching now.
Andrew Harbath is on. He says The Last Dance. Here, if we listen. Oh, you can barely hear it that time. Build the three-peat.
I'm gonna have to tell Lily to get that DC out and show me how to use that thing.
They do have a really cool sound for him. Brian's actually turned up Kelly Jackson's microphone here, so we'll hear it next time he throws.
Oh yeah, you can hear that high-pitched noise. That is cool.
Yeah, that's that computer working in there. They actually have the Corrado and they have the SLX version of it. Andy loves his DC. Here's a great time if you're looking at upgrading to a DC of some kind. H2H 10 will come in huge for you. It'll save you 10% off that purchase. Sorry, that was the...
When a big slime.
What was that?
One good bite.
Ha! That's funny. Here,
One
what's up
good
with all the people all of a sudden? Probably, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Well, you know, a lot, but...
Chuck, yes, they can. They can ask if they're interested in knowing what their competitors have. Otherwise, every time they enter a fish in a weigh live, they can see that as well. Remember to check out our sponsors, therealshot.com. H2H10 works on that site for 10% off your purchase. Also, go over to Sportomotive. That's sport-o-motive.com. And Omega Custom Tackle. I'll drop some of their links here in the chat. Link to Omega. Gonna hit YouTube right now. Veteran-owned company is Omega Custom Tackle. Brad and Michelle Fuller, phenomenal people. They bought that company in 2016. Worked tirelessly to make sure that the company and its customers succeed. Brad is a retired Air Force veteran, and Michelle is a guidance counselor at a local school. They also have 2 teenage daughters and are very involved in the local community. So make sure to go give Omega Custom Tackle a look. We also carry them at therealshot.com if you're interested in some of that stuff. Some of their new product that we just received in yesterday will be hitting the website shortly. You can use that H2H10 code to take 10% off. Another phenomenal sponsor that we have rolling today, you'll see that on the clicker right now, is Sportomotive. Business for over 35 years. They were originally located.
That one took off with it right away.
Justin just missed one. On Badger Avenue in Appleton. They moved out to their current location on Newbert Road in 2004. Allowed them to expand their showroom and their service department.
Kelly Jackson needs to catch what he's been wearing for most of the day. He needs to catch a
6-pound unicorn?
A unicorn bass right now. Yep. Just like a nice 4 to 6 pound bass, and give himself
The boat's drifting in.
the advantage.
Well, they didn't seem too happy with her. Obviously, they don't like unicorns. They're not much fun.
Either do the bass.
No, apparently not.
Jordan Yang says, come on, Kelly, Majay, your time.
Chuck's comment is hilarious. I agree with him 100%.
He just says, weird, I can't sit and watch a 2-hour movie, but I can watch this for hours. Yeah, some people are starting to get their giveaways. Tim Myers swinging a miss.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, a lot of the giveaways are starting to, as the warehouse gets a little caught up. Actually, they're not even close to being caught up at times.
So numb right now.
So the giveaways are starting to hit the mail here.
Do those fish feel warm when you touch them?
Well, yeah, warmer than me.
Right. I was gonna say, as cold as it is, air-wise, I figured they'd probably feel warm. Problem is, it doesn't last very long.
Yeah.
Eric says, I think in the finals they should wear fancy hats like the unicorn.
Well, what we might have to do is we might have to make a fancy dink hat, kind of like wearing a dunce hat. And then, yes.
We haven't asked. I mean, would people wear dink apparel?
Or dink stickers?
Dink stickers?
I think we need a dink hat for the last hour of the tournament in case you have to go into dink mode, and then you wear a special hat.
That's true. Like you said, the dunce hat.
Yeah.
I like that. Well, we have this one that Megan made up.
Let's go dinkin'.
Let's
I love
go.
it.
Hashtag let's go dinkin'. Yeah, I agree, John. That's I'm shocked they're not following up some of those strikes with a sink or some kind of finesse right back in there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not a matter of if, it's a matter of
When.
how many and how big.
Yep.
But it has been tough.
Camera 5 live.
Everybody still the same?
Camera 5 live.
Here's the rules for Dinkathon. Oh, Eric Wilterdink's on here. He says, "Stop making fun of my last name."
Yeah, I like that one.
Kyle says, "Eric, you're okay. You don't catch very many dinks, so catch some big ones." Steve says you should have some dink mode stickers. Brian says he has another sweatshirt for tomorrow, so we had $10 for the leg story yesterday. I'm curious what he's going to bring out tomorrow. Does it have anything to do with dinking? Dylan Williams says the TJ Gabriel signature series,
That's not
Sun
good.
Dink Apparel.
That's good, yep.
I think I confused the people in the van.
We should go to our micro fishing professional Zach Hoffman here on what he would do to start catching some of these dinks.
He's a dink expert.
He-
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Doesn't matter how you move on, just move on.
That's right. I'll tell you one thing. If Brian Eish wins tomorrow, nobody's going to care if he dinked his way there or not.
Nope.
If he was dinking or dunking or doinking, he'd just get there.
What? So this Colin says you need a head-to-head muskie event. What would a dink round look like in the muskie world?
Anything. Just catch one.
That might just need to be that way to begin with. Unleash the dinkin'. Now when Brian stops by, my son says the pirate is here. Refer to Brian Eish.
Yep. I think Brian's going to be a popular guy tomorrow.
I agree. He did a phenomenal job yesterday.
Oh, Justin just cannot hook these fish. He's had 3 or 4
I don't know why
bites.
they're not eating it. They're just trying to kill it. I think they'd have it in their mouths by
Rip the
then.
paws off.
That hit like a pike.
Stephen Peters here live.
You want me to do another camera battery swap? It's reading 3%.
Troy says, how about a pike tourney?
Not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. Sure. Yeah, the musky one that we were gonna potentially run was gonna be based off of inches. Ben says Brian told his son that a shark bit off his leg. I think I'm gonna step out for a while. I'm gonna bring Troy back in with you, Russell. I'll be back probably to wrap this up with you. I'm gonna have to stay tuned here in about 12 minutes. We're gonna have a Dinkathon on.
Yeah, why don't you pop back in a little bit later, and I'll give you an update on some dink action.
Sounds good. Be back.
Looking live here at Tim Meyer. He's another guy that's had some action as of late, but hasn't really been able to add to his total based on either missed opportunities or fish he decided not to weigh that were under and or close. I love that the chatters are they're dinking it up in there. I just love it. Everybody loves the dinking. Well, you've been watching out in the production room. What do you think?
Fishing has slowed a little bit. But yeah, it will get exciting here real quick in about 10 minutes.
It's gonna, yep.
With this match here.
Well, we got a lot of tight matches.
What?
Okay.
Mike Mann match is tight.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Yeah, and Mike hasn't
go to
moved from
Dink
his
Fest.
general area. I think he's hoping for some fish to move in there.
You just heard Justin say going to Dink Fest, and he's laughing. He knows it's coming.
Apparently those are hard to come by.
Back on Mike Mann, like I said, we haven't heard from. Oh, and he's hooked up. We haven't heard from him in a while with a keeper fish. He's caught some dinks. That's going to be just another one of the dinks.
Short. He's close, but he's not. He was swimming out like a crazy. One damn fish back here.
Yeah, that one might be.
Huh?
Might be close.
No.
You don't think so?
1.6, 1.7. Not even close. 1.8.
Good one. Good guess.
Hmm?
Good guess. What did you say? 1.7?
I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah. I suppose it's not a guess.
We are 9 minutes and 30 seconds from Kelly Jackson and Justin Koput.
Okay.
Going into sudden death, which means they will be able to weigh any bass they catch.
The water temp up to 47 now. Post-vernal conditions, almost bluebird skies. Yeah.
I'm wondering if Kelly here is going to move to more of a backwater area to try to find some warmer water here, knowing that he's getting to a point where it's it's going to be Dink Fest, and he just needs to put a fish in the boat, and
Deeper here.
He gets into a little warmer water. Maybe he'll find some of those males.
I'd like to be in Mike Mann's channel looking for dinks because he's caught the most fish.
Yeah, he has caught a lot of fish in there, which could, if he ends up winning the round, it could bode well for him moving on through the next few days if there are some females that start moving in there also. Obviously, there's a lot of fish coming in there. And
He's letting that mercury rip.
Mike hooked up again.
That one might weigh.
He's
Yeah.
fatter.
Yep, that one's going to do it.
Got a chance. I think I got one. Maybe.
Close. Closer than the last one. Did that one just come off the motor, pretty much?
Yeah. There's always ditches behind the motors. You noticed that, did you? Good boy.
We've got some
Alright,
cell
flashing.
service issue with Mike's camera, so there might be a little
Open
bit of bumpiness there.
please.
Apologize.
Oops.
That backwater he's in is a tough spot.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the weigh on that one, but he's obviously entering it into the app, so it must have been over 2 pounds.
2 pounds right there. I submit.
Here's Levi Warner now trailing Mike by about a pound, and he's hooked up. Another fish off of the brush and that wood cover. Really seems to be
That now to me, and I might just be losing my train of thought here, but that now to me looks more like the area that
I knew there was going to be
Van
fish
Erck
in that
finished in
spot.
yesterday, but you said he was down at the south end of the lake, not
yeah, I think he was in the south end, more on the south end of Lake Winnebago, where I think Levi has been fishing on Lake Poygan area. But similar in the fact that it's a real narrow down necked area. He looks like he's in a dead-ended channel where
what kind of bait is that? Can you tell?
that looks like a Reaction Innovations beaver.
Plastic?
Yeah, sweet beaver, or I don't know if it's the large one or the 3-inch version. Look like a black and blue or a black and purple color.
Can I grab that net back here?
Stephen Peters is hooked up.
Having some net difficulties. Looks like he's got a decent smallmouth on here.
That does look like a really nice fish. Share a link to those sweet beavers.
Great flipping bait. I think anybody that does a lot of flipping in any type of grass or cover, that's a staple right there. That
What is
profile.
using that on a jig or
That's just Texas rigged.
Texas rigged?
Yeah, most likely a
Tungsten weight of some
quarter
sort?
ounce
Yeah.
to 3/8 or so tungsten weight, something
We
to
should
get
probably
through
share
that
that
cover.
because
and
TRS, one of the sponsors of Head to Head, has some of the most inexpensive tungsten weights that I've seen. And that's definitely a staple for all bass fishermen.
Yes.
Tungsten weights. Yeah, Peters has been fishing smallies pretty much all day.
Yep.
see what other tungsten weights we got. I think Omega might make some. Omega tackle.
It's my second 115.
Two minutes till official Dinkathon here.
Yep. Justin, I think, has found himself in
I
Dinkville.
didn't realize they moved in this close. Or
He's
in
looking to
back deep
cash
like
in.
this.
Kelly does have a different hat on.
Do
Yep.
You look like the Wisconsin version hat here with the cow.
It's probably a good move for him. He's looking for a cow-sized bass right now.
Yes, he is.
But in about 2 minutes and 7 seconds, he should probably switch over to a mouse hat because he's looking for a mouse-sized bass at that point. I feel like this match could go either way. The homework I did told me Kelly Jackson's a heck of a fisherman. But if I had to guess with an hour and
Look at
1
this
minute to
carp.
go here, I would say that I like the position Justin is in. He just feels like he's had some stuff going lately.
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to come down to either one of these guys catching a fish. But my point is that Kelly, it just doesn't seem like he's had anything going.
Right away, he's hooked up. Oh, that's a carp.
Brad Fuller, the owner of Omega Tackles, on the chat. He said super cheap prices in Omega tungsten, black oxide finish, and the size of each is laser printed on each weight. Yeah, that's a really cool feature, Brad. Thanks for letting us know that. I'll share a link to those. I don't think we have those on our website, but I'll share a link to the Omega Tackle site so people know. I think we have those in stock,
Yeah,
though.
all I saw was this giant
Brian, is that right?
silhouette. I'm like, wow.
Okay. Sounds like if we don't, they're on their way. But we'll try to get those up on the website quickly. But thanks for letting us know that, Brad, because I think that's important. If you're scrambling to find your weights in your box, you don't want to be guessing what size it is.
Yeah, and what's deceiving about tungsten, because it is it's about half the size of lead. So you might take a quarter-ounce lead sinker compared to a tungsten, and you look at them, and they're so different in size. So it is difficult to tell when you have tungsten what weight you're actually looking at.
I saw that Justin Munt, our resident buyer and retail expert, was out on the floor putting this new jig, and again, being not a bass expert, he was putting this new jig by Omega Tackle. I believe it's called a baby
Okay.
jig. I'll see if I can pull that up. That thing looked impressive to me.
Stephen Peters hooked up again.
Steven is our Tuesday resident smallmouth expert. If I remember right? Right? He's been catching smallmouth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever he's got here seems to be a decent fish. Yeah, no, smaller
Smallmouth. I just got word from the boss that we're going to put the new Omega weights that we did get in to the top of the list to get on the website, so those will be coming fast. And here's that Baby J finesse jig I was talking about. Again, not an expert. Well, that might not be the... Yeah, there it is. If I was Dink Festing, I would have a Baby J finesse jig on for sure.
Yeah.
I also thought, personally, it looked like a great jig for smallmouth.
Yes.
I was thinking of Meng Lee's strategy yesterday with the jig on the rock piles with a creature bait of some sort.
Yep.
To
some
me,
type of
that
craw.
jig, just size-wise, looks really good.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like it's got a decent head on it that's going to allow it to come through that rock cover.
Yep.
Not
got
so
a nice
much
weed guard on it.
Yeah, a good weed guard, but not so much a weed type of style head. But that round ball is very versatile.
What happens if it's what?
I just got the list for those of you walleye fishermen of the entrance for next week's walleye tournament on the lower bay. It's pretty exciting. So we've got 6 past H2H walleye fishermen, 10 new H2H walleye
Yeah, that's
fishermen.
exciting.
I think that's a really fun mix.
Yep.
Because we're going to have some names people are going to know, but we also are going to have some names people don't know. And
Yeah, it's
that's
exciting
been
that it filled up in a day.
1 day, basically. Not even really, yeah.
Right.
It was pretty much filled up, I guess, first thing this morning.
Yep.
So that's pretty awesome stuff. So. All right, so looking at the weights here, Tim Meyer, 1 fish, 2 pounds. He unfortunately has been run over today by the Nick Schertz freight train. That thing left the station early, and it's been catching off, and as Nick said, 15 pounds, 10 ounces with 6 fish today. Then we're looking at Levi Warner sitting at 3 fish, 6 pounds, 13 ounces. Mike Mann, 3 fish, 7 pounds, 12 ounces. That's a tight battle, less than a pound there. Levi's basically looking for a legal 2-pound bass, and he could take this thing away. Stephen Peters is sitting at 1 fish, 3 pounds, 7 ounces. That last one did not count. It was not big enough for him. Matthew Ward is sitting at 3 fish for 8 pounds, 15 ounces. And Stephen's hooked up again. You know, he's only down 4 pounds, 8 ounces. He could put 2 bass
2
together
fish
here.
real
He
quick.
can make this happen.
Yep.
He seems to be on a bite where he can put some fish in. He just needs them to be the right size. And unfortunately, I think this is going to be another one that just isn't going to cut the... Get in there. Just
Ooh,
gonna
I
be
don't
close.
know. That one's going to be close.
Definitely bigger than his last one.
Looks like he's off that point, I would say, to the west of the river. Yeah.
John Bala, let me get confirmation on whether we're releasing the names prior to the seeding show or not. I will let you know on that. We will have the seeding show either tomorrow or Thursday. I'm going to guess 110.
Ooh.
113.
Man.
That's close. That is close. Kevin, you have to go to the H2H fishing.com website. There we go. The president just made his post. Hashtag sudden death dink match. Yes, President Gabriel. Looking live here at Justin, who's part of the Dink Fest. He is in Dinkville, looking to see if he can just catch a bass here and take the lead on Kelly Jackson. He's had some bites. He's hooked up! And that...
Just like that.
And just like that, we have ourselves a leader.
You were about to pull that out of the water.
It's in the bottom.
You were reeling that in, dude.
It's in the bottom.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, and then he did a
And
release
2-minute
penalty. Oh, man.
The wheels are coming off for Justin.
Just shows he's a little distraught about the hook in the bottom of the mouth. It wasn't going to be a legal catch.
The wheels are coming off for Justin here, yeah. So
Sorry, didn't mean to throw that thing. It's kind of crappy sportsmanship. Didn't even think about it again, huh?
You don't gotta tell me. I'm a ball of frustration sometimes. I get it.
So I'm sharing a link in the post to this new Baby J jig.
I watched you about to just
These will
pull it
be
out of the
on the
I
website
couldn't freaking
very, very
survive
shortly.
that.
I'm going
in the bottom. I mean,
to see if we can get
somebody
that
easily
pushed to
cover
the
that up.
top with the
Oh, I know it.
tungsten weights by
right,
Omega
to be honest.
Tackle.
Dang it.
You did hit the serve penalty, right?
Yes,
so
I
your
did.
timer started? I
Yep.
just wanted to make sure you're not.
Justin needs to settle down here.
Yeah, we got a lot of guys chiming in, feeling the frustration of that penalty. And
Very classy move. He let the fish go even though it was hooked in the mouth area, but it was outside of the mouth.
Yep, he said it was under the jaw.
It was not in the mouth. It was in the jaw, so we don't have any in the jaw stickers. We have in the mouth stickers.
Oh, yeah,
so.
yeah.
Hooked up. Tim Meyer. Wow!
Oh, he's good at that pitch and catch.
Yes, he is. Look at the bend on that rod.
Yeah, he could have taken his time a little more, but that's a decent sized fish.
He needs to make a run here. He needs to catch a pretty sweet heater if he's going to catch Nick Schertz. Unfortunately for Tim, I think he's going to end up, you know, he catches a fish or two yet, he's going to end up with a weight that would have won a lot of matches.
Yes.
But unfortunately, he just ran into the freight
Yes, he
train
did.
today.
Yep.
The walleye slash bass killer.
You know, it's funny you see some of the matches where, like this, it is kind of a runaway by one guy, but yesterday and today we're seeing some really tight matches.
Yeah.
A couple of them going down to the Dink Fest, and a couple that are only, you know, a pound or less. Like yesterday, it was an ounce where Dave Banner lost, and it's pretty neat.
I hope this thing
And
works.
for these guys to be able to see that in their app and see what their competitor has, puts this at a whole new level.
Yeah, I see a still shot being used by H2H or that bend of that rod. That was pretty cool. Hooked up for Mike Mann.
Nope.
Ooh. Mike Mann almost just caught himself a 2-minute penalty. I think these bass guys got to get a little bit used to getting their net ready.
Getting the net ready.
I really do. I think they're just asking for trouble.
Yep.
Fish coming off.
He's not.
2-minute penalties.
He's not.
Careful, Mr. Man. Justin's back to fishing. Justin's got to just settle down here. He's in Dinkville. He's in a good position. He just needs to settle in here and catch a fish.
You can see Kelly here too. He moved into another channel, which
Kinda
I
what
think
you
is
predicted,
this channel he's in is actually off of close to the South Asylum Bay launch. Goes back at dead ends here, and it's real shallow at the back, but it does warm quickly.
Under an hour. Just gonna idle. Huh? No, I'm not going under there today. Just time-wise, I saw enough of what I wanted to see. There's a lot of good dirty water coming out of there, and I don't necessarily want to go demolish anything right now. 12:10. I'm gonna check my scoreboard here.
This is 8. That's an affirmative.
He's got
Oh, maybe not. Thought I felt something bite it. Just gonna say, I think I need to go back
Enough
where
playing
there's
with the ducks.
more active fish.
Hooked up. Hooked up. Get it in the boat. If that one's hooked correctly, which it sure looks like it. Justin has taken the Dink Fest lead.
Yes, he has.
Even if we got to go to Dink Fest.
I just felt like he was in good position. He'd been dinking all day, just not on purpose.
Yeah, he's in a really good channel. Like I said, I think earlier, I've had a lot of history in this channel.
1-7.
Justin has the potential to take over
Let's not drop this one.
vice president of Dink Nation.
Dink Nation.
Yeah, because I think he could add 3-4 dinks here in the next 40 minutes.
Right.
The pace he's on.
Right.
As you said, he's in a good spot. He's
He
in a
is.
good channel. There's
Yep.
fish there. Just
Yep.
seems like they're smaller. Yes, he did. No.
Oop. I made myself a mess doing that before.
He knows. He is definitely a mess.
You didn't enter that fish, did you?
Nope.
I did let him know.
Oh.
I did let him know. He just didn't enter the fish.
I had it in my head calling it in.
So what happened here is Justin was just informed that he
Right.
did not enter his fish into
was,
the Walleye app,
way out
and
here.
under the new rules
I told him in sudden death you can't
set
enter
for
the
this
fish on your
tournament,
own.
he loses
and I
that fish.
didn't
He cannot go back
say
and weigh
that
that.
out loud that he can. They changed it, but it was kind of a in passing moment.
Yes, you did confirm that I can enter it. That was my fault. Learning all kinds of stuff today. What not to do. Dang it.
You got that one.
What's that?
You got that fish.
I did get it? Okay. But I do weigh it in on my phone.
They're discussing it right now.
Okay.
Waiting for a judge.
Gosh, dang it. Shit. Just made myself a mess.
Where are they going?
Throwing into that wind.
Where are they going? Probably not going to bite anything that out for now, but whatever.
Yikes.
Small mistakes, but
Yeah, Justin
he's
has
got
made
pressure
a
on.
couple mistakes here that I hope though it doesn't cost him the match just for his sake.
Right.
You know, at this point, if Kelly catches a fish, he's earned it. But I
Yep.
mean, Justin should be winning this match.
He's
at this
catching
point,
some fish, and
he just can't seem to get out of his own way right now.
No, can't. It does.
We got Levi Warner and Mike Mann here. 6 pounds, 13 ounces, a 7-12.
yeah, still a very close match here.
How do you skip something across the water and catch a leaf? Four pole. Yep. Came on.
Looks like Levi might be back in the same area where he started this morning.
Should be one on either side over here.
4 days of fishing. Yeah, they're waterproof.
Ooh. Levi Warner hooked up. I don't think that one's gonna cut the bread.
It's going to be right in that range what everybody else has had today. Maybe just short.
Tom, here at H2H, we put the responsibility on the anglers, not on the cameramen, as cameramen are not the same as officials, I would say. They do have the official ability from the penalty standpoint, but we try to put the bulk of the pressure on the angler themselves to do what they need to do to make this work.
110.
The boss just told me not to say too much or I'll be wrong again, so I definitely don't want to do that. Jeremiah, there was an edit made to the app, so Jeremiah was just pointing that yesterday it wouldn't let you put a less than 2 pound fish in. That edit has been made, and the fishermen were made aware of that today. And you could tell by Justin's reaction, he was well aware of it.
That he knew better.
Forgot about
Yes.
it, but he was well aware of it.
Yes.
So.
Yep. So any fish, any weight can go into that app, no matter what. Now.
Yep. Again,
So.
as we've said many times in this deal, H2H is new. H2H is on the move. We're going 100 miles an hour in the forward direction, and we're just going to
What was that?
refuel on our way.
Right? Pretty much. I'm looking for anything that I can get at this point.
I agree with Jeremiah.
Well, see if
Justin
I
will
can
catch another one.
Pick one off that point.
He's in
Just-
Dinkville right now, and he feels comfortable.
What's wrong? Oh, yeah, we'll see if we can pick one. If I can pick one off that point. I mean,
Joshua Beck says hello from the Carthage Bass Team, Missouri. Fish are on fire with the Omega Custom Tackle fixing to spawn. Awesome. Good. Glad that Omega Custom
I'm not
Tackle's
gonna waste
working
time
for
with
you.
them because you get anywhere near them with the bait and they scatter.
That's one of the sponsors of H2H Bass Tournament today and this whole week. So is Sportomotive. And so is The Real Shot. So don't be afraid to get on therealshot.com and use that coupon code H2H10
Now that I'm
if you want
clear
to
of
save
that rock
10% on some of that hot Omega Custom Tackle product.
Oh, this is a mess up here. Watch out for that.
There we got Travis watching from Washington. Glad to have you, Travis. John, if they both zero, it becomes a coin flip at the boat launch. Here's Levi. Levi's kind of caught a little heater as of late. He needs.
Oh, look at that!
And he's got another one going right now. That one's probably not going to make it.
A little small. He's one bite away from taking the lead.
But Levi's also been in an area where he's big
yeah, he
catch
thought
there.
about
He
it.
Almost,
yeah, he thought
almost
about
had a 2-minute penalty.
Now
Today, I
that's-
feel like would be a perfect day for some AFCO rain gear.
To break the wind, yes.
Because it's not quite striker ice suit.
Yep.
I don't feel like weather,
That's what
but
you
it's
don't do.
definitely not regular clothing weather. So we should probably check out what supply the realshot.com has for AFCO
Could've been
rain
bad.
gear.
Ah, this wind. It's messing me up now. Blowing my line.
I just shared a link in the chat to the AFCO selection. Feel like it's a perfect day for
Yeah, good high quality rain gear.
to help break the wind.
Yep.
Looking at live at Nick Shirts here, who's doing some pre-fishing for tomorrow. for sure.
Yeah, you know, he's actually, the way it looks is he's back in that same channel where he caught all of his fish
He
this
is,
morning,
okay.
which actually shocks me. I'm curious to know if he actually has his hook covered or cut off, because he doesn't need any more weight right now.
And he's hooked up.
Now
his
that
hook-
answers my question.
His hook is not covered and
That
it's not
answers
cut
my
off.
question. I'm a little shocked at this decision. And that chatterbait again.
Look purple.
It is purple.
Yep.
Yep. That's the one he had on earlier today.
So my question for you would be, do you think he's not, maybe he's fishing a riprap stretch there that he hadn't fished before?
Oh,
and he
no.
thought-
I think he's probably fished it all. That's a really small area that he's in.
Okay.
But
Why would he be back in there?
it is a curious move. You know, the weight doesn't carry over to the next day.
That one's not going to make
If
it.
it
but
did, I would say, you know, keep adding the weight, but it doesn't carry over to the next
we'll
day.
just check for fun.
So he's got to start over again, and I don't know if I would be catching fish out of
In
this
case
area.
anyone wants to guess.
What does he have? A 11-pound lead?
Yeah. Daryl, cell coverage issues with the live stream do not affect the Fisherman's Waylive app. So if Mike Mann's fish counted, then it would be in the Waylive. So I don't have the answer I think you're looking for, but that's what I can tell you. So obviously that fish Mike Mann caught must have been under 2 pounds. That's the only thing I can come up with. Do we have an answer on that, Brian? Do you know? We're assuming it was an under, and or Mike Mann, you got to remember now, under the new rules, if Mike forgot to enter it into the Waylive app, which is also possible, it would not count. So we just got to kind of let that one go. Jamie, you are right. Yes, you are right about your comment. But that's okay. This is the first tournament of the year for the bass guys, and it's kind of the numbers for viewership and stuff I think are very similar to the first walleye tournament. And as we have more bass tournaments, I think it's only going to, the popularity will grow right along with the walleyes. So the other thing is bass. There are some tournaments that do some live coverage in bass. There are no tournaments at this point that do live coverage in walleye. So it was sort of a big time freak out for walleye guys who are really excited about being able to watch this.
Yeah, and
While H2H, in my opinion, has the best live coverage in bass, there are some that do offer it.
And I do also think numbers of anglers in the area, in northern Wisconsin and Wisconsin in general, there's probably 3 times more walleye fishermen than there are bass fishermen. So you're obviously going to get more exposure to the walleye guys, and a lot more people buying tackle.
The fish? Okay. Awesome, thank you.
They must have been trying. Blowing it back this way.
We got our tournament director sitting down with us, Kyle Carpenter.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, I don't know if everybody was watching and seen the fish that Justin did catch, that 1.7 ounce. We have decided to allow that fish. We had the app updated. Tim Myers hooked up here. We did get the app updated last night, so the anglers can enter their own weight. I don't know why Tim didn't weigh that one.
Yeah, it looked a little close.
That one looked close. So the anglers can enter during Dink Fest, basically, during the sudden death. They can enter their own weight in. And another rule that we did put in is that the anglers must enter their weight in prior to making the next cast for that to count. If they do not enter it into the weigh live right away, that fish will not count. So, with all this being decided, basically the camera guys found out about it 20 minutes ago.
Right.
We are deciding to allow Justin's catch. So, yeah, feel it's just the right thing to do.
And like Russell pointed out too, head-to-head's new. We're growing, and these changes come kind of on the fly as we got to go and making these updates to the apps. It's about getting that information out there. And
what's up, Jeremiah Shaver, Nick Treader, Tony? Everybody saying hi to me on the comments here.
Seems like people like you.
Kind of a big deal, I guess. But yeah, it's like you guys are saying. It's a tough call. I feel bad for Justin if it would go the other way. As an angler, it's a crappy call, and to lose that way would, if Kelly would catch one here, and vice versa. I know Kelly Jackson. He's gonna agree with this call. So going forward,
it gets really shallow up
pretty
here,
simple.
So I don't think I'm gonna run much further over that way.
Freddie's on here, Carp Stomper.
Maybe go to that next rack.
Jerry Mork, I might be the biggest one in Wisconsin, but I don't know about the biggest deal.
They're light little packs.
Yeah, we see Kelly back here on his favorite spot.
Have to come back here to the bottom.
Hopefully it pays off for him.
Yeah, this is a close match here too with Warner and Mann.
Yeah, less than a pound separating these two.
Big difference in the way the guys were fishing yesterday to today. They did a good job paying attention yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, if you notice, there's not too many Ned rigs thrown today. Yep. It's been a little bit more of a bigger baits, a little more power fishing. Nice.
Great hook set.
These guys are getting good at this pitch and catch.
That one's going to be close too. Ooh, that one's going to be really close.
It's got a decent sized mouth.
Nice fish.
Cheers.
Yep.
Yeah, this might put some pressure on Mike Mahan.
2-4.
2-4.
2-4.
Officially takes the lead.
Yeah, now the pressure's flipped to Mike. He
definitely
looked like he was fishing pretty free. If he hears this update, he may
yeah,
change
and I'd
his
be curious to
tactics a
see
little
if he hears the update or checks it himself to find out how close he is. I don't think
knowing
he'll.
Mike how tech savvy he is, he's not going to look.
No, exactly. But I don't think he'll change his.
Kelly Jackson
tactic.
looks like he's snagged. Sorry, I got excited.
Michael's still fishing the same area he's fishing, and obviously hope for a bite.
Yeah, last half hour for Levi to catch that fish is huge. How about Nick Shirts? Wow.
Yeah, some of the decisions he made today was obviously good. Flipping the right bait, flipping a tube, black neon tube, and maybe some kind of purple colored tube.
Getting to know Nick over the last couple weeks here, I'm not surprised. He's a fisherman. He's not a walleye fisherman or a bass fisherman. He's a fisherman. He's got that nose for him. And
anybody looks up his resume can tell that it doesn't matter what species it is. He's talented.
Yes, that's for sure.
And it boils down to decision making. You know that as well as I do. And his decision in that channel to put on that chatterbait, and it's a bigger profile chatterbait. Whatever trailer he's got on there, he just said, I'm going to try to throw something big and stupid and try to catch a big one. And he went back-to-back 3-pounders. So decisions are huge.
Okay?
Yeah, sounds about right.
9-12.
That sounds right.
When are those Kyle Carpenter Bass Destroyer shirts dropping? Lucas Outdoors, you want to buy one, we'll make one. Well, I'm going to sign out here, everybody. I'm going to go meet the guys at the park and ride. It's good sitting down and talking with you a little bit here, Troy.
Yeah.
And, hopefully we can do it a little bit tomorrow, too. I'll bring Russell back in. Or Matt.
Yep,
Matt and Russell are
can
coming
come back
back
in.
So, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Oh, he must have just caught one. He's at 9 pounds 1 ounce.
What's that?
He must have just caught a couple. He's at 9 pounds 1 ounce.
This is killing me. This shit don't fucking keep track.
Is Levi up to 9 pounds? Is that what you said? Oh yeah, so he's at 9 pound 1 ounce.
What?
He's at 9 pound 1 ounce.
Hot to trot. We're back. I'm back.
You're back. I'm here.
Yep. You gotta grow the stash again. Yeah. Go back to the stash. You definitely next week for the walleye tournament. You're gonna have to stash all week, I think.
Well, that's a lot of pressure. I don't think I can grow a mustache in a week.
You can't?
No.
I feel like you can. Mine only took about 18 years.
Well, it's an exciting 23 minutes left here of head-to-head Bago Bass Bash. What's going on in the chat stream? Yeah, I agree, Lucas. He loves how the emotion comes out here, and we're looking at a tight battle here. Kind of recap here, Russell, what we got rolling on here. So the battle you're looking at right now with Justin and Kelly. Justin is at 1 fish for 1 pound 7 ounces. Kelly's still looking for his first dink to put him in the game here. Now remember, they're in Dink Fest, which we're actually working on stickers right now for that. Because they didn't, either angler had a fish with the last hour left. So that means the 2 pound minimum is off. Here we go to Levi Warner and Mike Mann. Mike is at a 9 pound 12 ounce total. Levi is putting pressure on him with 9 pounds 1 ounce. That's a battle to the...
Yeah, this has been a under a pound battle here for a long time.
Going back underneath the bridge. Back to Justin and Kelly. So then the other battles we got going on, Matthew Ward is sitting with 3 fish, 8 pounds 15 ounces. Steven Peters is at 1 fish for 3 pounds 7 ounces. We just talked about Mike and Levi. That 11 ounce difference there between Mike with...
God, that was a giant.
Justin just swung and missed again.
Snapped me clean off, though.
Wow, snapped him off.
Pike in the channel.
Uni knot, unreal.
No, he lost his uni
That was
knot.
a big fish.
Knot is knotted. The bait. Justin has really got to get himself together here.
Better not let that happen again.
Check your uni knots. God, that thing was heavy. Come on.
Then the last battle we're trying to get to there is Nick Schertz with 6 total fish for 15 pounds 10 ounces. And Tim Meyer's been putting on a little bit of a late push here. He's still 11 pounds 2 ounces down with 4 pounds 8 ounces, and he also has 2 fish in the boat. So what's everybody feeling like in the chat line here? Let's fire it up a little bit as we close in on 20 minutes left here of day... Is this day 2 only?
It is.
Holy smokers. Day 2 of Bago Bass Bash Challenge. Again, I heard Russell kind of saying it earlier. Thank you so much to our sponsors. You can kind of see them clicking through on the top right and the ticker on the bottom there, Sportomotive and Omega Custom Tackle. Thank you, everybody, for the support to those amazing companies. Then, obviously, therealshot.com, where H2H 10 code is still alive and active for 10% off your purchases of all these bass goodies. Remember, it works on anything that's pretty much not on sale. So, if you want to get yourself some AFCO gear.
Yeah, those take me a while.
I mean, I could switch it to a different rod.
Especially you got cold fingers.
Yeah.
If you're a turkey hunter and you're interested in some blinds or some turkey decoys, turkey calls, use that H2H10 to take 10% off therealshot.com.
I'm surprised it didn't jump trying to spit the hook or something.
Is that a panda hat now, or is that still the unicorn? I can't really
I think
tell.
It's the cow.
Oh, awesome.
Probably see my line swimming around.
Yeah.
Is that...
Back to Levi Warner.
20 minutes left.
He's been bundled up pretty heavy all day long. Look how tight he is into that cedar. I'm guessing that's a cedar log.
I do not know if the moonshine order came in yet. I will find out. Matt, do you know?
I don't. I'm sorry.
What do you know?
I know that we're watching Levi, and he's tiptoeing.
And he's ripping that bass right through the wood.
Oh, come on, camera.
Where are you?
Wow, I hope he's got like 80-pound braid on.
Please weigh that fish right now with 11-ounce difference.
They want purple today. That looked like a purple jig to me.
Tim, do you mean we're the peanut gallery, or are you talking in the chat line?
Yours. Yep. Football.
Trot's trying to talk about logs. Somebody from the real shot.
2-3. 2 pounds, 3 ounces.
Levi Warner takes the lead over Mike Mann.
With 18 minutes left.
Yep.
I'll deal with that later.
Looked like that was a June bug color.
Throw it up there in the old chat for
Let's
everybody.
find what we got in June bug. That sounds like a hot bass bait.
Parking spot for parking poles.
Ooh, we got a lot in June bug.
Holy man.
If you want to be like Levi Warner and have some hot June bug color plastics and jigs, I'm going to share a link right here to... I'm going to share a link to everything June bug, which on the new website, it's really easy now to do that because all you got to do is type in June bug and it'll automatically sort everything in that color all into one search.
Yeah, that was fast and efficient, Russell, as you found everything that we brought up for the June bug. Congratulations, Brian. Both him and his son doubled up on some turkeys.
Oh, nice.
Is that even? I don't even think you can weigh
I
that
think-
in. No, you didn't weigh it, but it's just
I
like.
think
what
by
the-
Friday I'm pulling the
That'd be
trigger
cool, though.
on the grill.
Are you
the
really?
pellet grill, yeah, by Friday.
Which one? What are you gonna go with?
I'm down to 2.
I sat up
Man,
last
I
night
want that fish back.
doing grill reviews, and I still don't really know.
That $500 and some combo unit that you shared with me. Do you remember which one that
Is that
was?
Pit
I have
Boss
a picture.
one?
Yeah, I think
Yep.
so. And then the other one was gonna
It's
take
so
a
hard to
small
fish without
loan,
that
but
spot lock.
I
If I had it right
was
now,
thinking about that one.
fish
It
way
was
better.
expensive. Let me take a
But
look
I'm
here
trying
at
to
my
do the trolling
notes.
motor.
Yeah,
Trying to
I was
hold 'em.
researching that quite a
Stay
bit. The
steady.
RecTech are very, very good, but they have a high cost to them.
I don't know what you got to do, but we're going to go.
Pits and Spits.
Oh.
Have you looked at that one yet?
No, I haven't.
So do what you gotta do.
Yeah. It's gonna need
So do what you gotta do.
it's gonna need a small loan for it, but I was wondering maybe
Oh,
if
he
you
just swung and missed again.
had any extra money you could loan me to get that thing, but
Maybe we can take up a. Well, you have a Patreon page.
yeah,
Can we-
could use my Patreon page. Sure, that's a good plan actually.
But you have to grill some salmon and stuff on
Yeah,
that bad
on the
boy.
Patreon page, exactly. We're looking at Justin and Kelly.
Oh, so Jeremy says he just finished some pork butts on his Pit Boss. A lot of people say you can't go wrong with the Pit Boss.
Boy, RecTech, Pit Boss, I've been hearing them all. That's the problem. Every time I mention it, I get like more
I know.
confused.
It is. And then a lot of Traegers are coming.
I was
up.
gonna buy a Traeger, and then everybody says their quality isn't what they're made out to be.
Yeah. See,
I think I'm just gonna do it.
I think it's where you got to pull the trigger on it. Well, let me ask people this: what's the resale value of a used grill? If I buy, well, here's a green egg. If I buy, let's say, a Pit Boss, and next year I don't like it, is somebody gonna buy it from me? Do you buy used grills?
Oh, I think so.
Once
Yeah.
in a while, I'll look on the marketplace for.
There never is any though.
No. Thanks, Justin. Yeah, with the mass chaos, and there's a lot of hands in a cookie jar in that warehouse right now. Unfortunately, some errors may possibly happen, but Lance and the crew is fast to take care of your
They always
customer
seem
service
to load up
needs.
right
So
here for whatever reason, but
I can tell you one thing: the
it's like sporadic.
warehouse
Not
madness.
quite.
They get a way better
Every so
percentage on correct orders than we do on our brackets.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah. Their math is better than mine was yesterday at the end of the show.
Yeah. You're 90% out of 3 out of 4.
Yeah. Well,
I tried to sell my mom and dad on that when I was in high school. I'm getting 90% of all my classes, and I'd come home and have a C, and they'd be like, "How's 90% a C?" Well, that's what Hot to Trot told me.
dear Ryan says buying used grills like buying used underwear.
Yeah, that's sort of right. Guess you don't know where it's been.
All right, back to it. 14 minutes left here, and Bago Bass Bash.
We've got a couple tight matchups here. We've got the Justin and Kelly matchup.
Yep. Yep.
We've got the Mike Mann matchup and Levi Warner.
It is today in here. Got that
You know what would be really awesome if like Sportomotive had grills. Could go over there with all the other stuff they have. Sportomotive, why don't you add high-end grills to the assortment so Russell and I can come take a look at them.
Is what it happens. Too little, too late.
Oh, there you go.
Lori's been purchasing some stuff on therealshot.com.
Her husband wasn't even mad about it. Why would he? I agree, Bill. We should sell grills here. We do. We sell the Fire Disc. Yeah, the Fire Disc is an amazing product. I have one of those. I love it. I will double check. I don't believe they are on the website.
Just probably talk Brian into grills. I mean, he's got nothing else going on.
Yeah.
Plus, warehouse madness is slowing down, so what are we going to do with all our time?
Oh, there you go. Heck of a deal on a used Primo right now in the marketplace. Chris says, question Russ, I saw some patterns of minnow baits that have no hooks in the image. Are they bare so a client can customize them?
No, they will come with hooks. They're bare because we probably used the sample that we might have got from the custom painter. They a lot of times they'll take the hooks off, and then if they give us a sample for pictures, they won't put them back on.
Dang, it looks windy where man's fishing.
Yep.
Camera 6 should be live. I can't hear a word. That's fine.
Oh, Mike Mann's hooked up.
Here we go.
This could literally be a game changer right here with 10 minutes, 35 seconds to go. If this fish weighs 2 pounds, he's going to take the lead back, and I think it does. That's a 2-pound smallie, and I think Mike Mann might have just took the lead back in what could be an epic last-second lead change.
So right now it's a 1 pound, 8 ounce difference. But remember, they're still looking for 2+ pounders in this battle.
This one's going to weigh
1.6.
Oh.
Oh.
1.6.
1.6? Cade, it's because that match is in the sudden death Dink-a-thon.
Right here, this battle right here. These guys didn't have any qualifying fish, Russell. Go ahead and continue explaining.
Yeah, so this matchup right here, Justin and Kelly are in the Dink-a-thon mode, sudden death mode, which means when they get to the 1 hour point, they're both at 0. They can weigh anything. Any size bass counts.
Johnny, Justin has the opportunity to check the weigh live on his phone to find out where he's sitting, but I think he's just concentrating on catching as many fish as he can right now.
Who's that?
Johnny asked about Justin if he knows where he's sitting right now with the battle against Kelly.
Mike Mann, somebody asked, he is awful close to the boundary. The end of that wall is the boundary, and you heard the camera guy mention that before.
You wanted me to remind you about the point?
What?
You wanted me to remind you about the point?
Yep, the point's up there. Go straight across.
Yep.
Mike knows where the boundary is. He's back behind the boundary. Oh, and he's hooked up. He's hooked up.
Got a good one here.
Looks like a big one, too.
Yep.
Oh.
That is going to be a timeout. He accidentally hit the back reel on his reel.
Yeah.
And the fish was actually falling, and he couldn't stop it.
Zero. Yep.
Ryan Folks, that is the rules, my man. That's why it's called head-to-head.
2 even.
Yep.
2 even.
That's what makes head-to-head so different from every other tournament. It's not about who has the most weight. It's about winning your head-to-head match.
Remember, you gotta register that fish first.
What's that?
You gotta register that fish right.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the.
Oh, okay.
My,
Fluorescent Dink Fest vests are needed for the
I agree.
Dink Fest participants.
That's a good idea.
We're working on the stickers. We're trying to get those stickers hopefully by tomorrow or the next day. We'll have dinking stickers available. Hashtag H2H dinking. Let's go dinking. Dink Fest. Dinkapalooza. Megan is cracking on those right now.
Okay. Boy, there's a lot of panfish in here. I just saw. Come on, wind, stay off of it.
Oh, another one.
That one's not going to cut the mustard.
Eight ounces is where we're at.
You do not want this green.
as we've kind of talked about before, guys, I see a lot of you posting in the chat about the two-minute penalties. You know, it's getting the fish logged in is on the fishermen. Penalties are on the cameramen. We are on them constantly to make sure that they you know, issue these penalties.
Enforce them,
but
yep,
if
that's
they
their
forget
job.
or they don't see it, it just is what it is.
Oh, here we
Hooked up.
go.
Justin's hooked up. Got to be wrong species, because that was whatever that is not small. Pike.
Pike. Oh.
It's just like the NFL when they miss a play or something. You know, I mean, it just is what it is. So apparently there was a penalty missed by
Nasty things.
an angler, maybe even two. So we'll keep notifying the.
Fun to catch, not as fun.
Keep notifying the.
Yeah, I mean, and
about
that's
it.
the biggest thing is Zach is constantly talking to these officials, and he's letting them know.
And they're human. I mean, they make mistakes. It is what it is, right? I mean, it's, you know, it's easy for us to see from afar, but when you're trying to film the fish and you're trying to keep a track of the time and all that, it's, you know.
Yeah, Jake, cameraman needs to be docked to pay. Should, just like quarterbacks, if they throw a pick, you should lose some money.
Well, hopefully Mike Mann doesn't, you know, in theory, hopefully maybe he doesn't get one here in the next 2 minutes, and then it became an
If
irrelevant
it wasn't
miss.
as windy,
Irrelevant
I might have
miss.
been a little better. Just because I'd be able
Thank
to
you,
present
Anthem. We
it the right
appreciate it.
way. I couldn't.
Minute and a half.
Yeah, Jeremy, it is. It's easy for us, like Russell said, sitting here. We're in a nice warm. You know, these guys are out battling the elements. Been out there for, you know, it's 5+ hours. It's not only 5+ hours of fishing, but they have to get there early to the landings. And
Tom Brooks, if we had an official and a cameraman in the boat right now, we wouldn't be able to run the events, as we wouldn't be able to keep the 6 foot. And again, I think, you know, needs to be said that, you know, some guys are just, you know, they're just a little bit too aggressive on this situation. I mean, it's.
well, and the thing is, too, is the cameraman had told them that was a penalty. It's got to be somewhat on man's shoulders.
Absolutely.
He knows that that fish was potentially really close to being released above the gunnel.
Yep.
He knows that fish hit the deck. That's a penalty right away.
Yep.
Back to Levi Warner here, who's
Levi's
got
the
that
one
tight
who's-
battle
yeah,
going on
with
with Mike Mann.
with 10 seconds left.
You know, it could be like, you know, rec league basketball. If you foul somebody during the game, you call your own penalty, right?
Looks like we're out of time. This might be a replay, though, Matt. This is a replay.
Oh.
It was an undersized fish. Or is that one going to weigh? Is that a winning fish for Levi Warner?
Getting close.
I think it's under.
He's gonna make it. Getting close. Come on, baby.
Close. He's going to weigh it.
Oh, my God.
Here we go.
This is down to 8 ounces.
Good to go. Come on.
This is a
Just
replay.
so everybody knows, yeah, just so everybody knows in the chat, this is a replay. This fish was gunneled prior to the end.
111.
10 seconds left.
What? Was it 111?
111?
2. Lines out.
You got me, Denny.
Oh, what a battle.
He was scrambling when you caught that last one because you said we're on the move.
I had to look at my bracket again.
You had Levi, didn't you?
Yeah. Let me see here.
Yep.
Guys, don't power it on your cameras.
All right, welcome back to the studio, everybody.
Wow.
An exciting hour of head-to-head fishing, the Bago Bass
As
Bash.
excited as I was for all of the walleye tournaments, I have to admit that might have been the most exciting hour we've had head-to-head yet.
No point in doing that.
There was just a lot of things going on. We saw a meltdown by Justin,
Just stick
who
with
ends
high
up winning the
percentage
Dink
baits.
Fest battle. We had
out.
just a complete meltdown by him. Almost lost himself the whole tournament with
Yep.
penalties, missed, putting fish in,
speaking.
etc., etc. He comes out with the win there. You had a Mike Mann, Levi Warner battle. right to the last minute or two.
I had Levi Warner winning that battle, by the way.
I had Mike Mann, so it was a very interesting battle at the
Oh,
end here.
my God.
That was crazy. You had...
I'd like to give a special thanks
believe,
out to
let's
my
take a
kids
look
that
at
are
these other
watching
two.
this.
So you had Justin and Kelly.
Make sure you
which
get
we
your
said
homework
Justin
done
won.
by
We
the
had
time I get
Steven
home.
Peters and
So,
Matthew Ward.
It was
Yep.
a great
believe
day on the
Matthew
water.
Ward won that
Caught some fish.
matchup.
Tough bite.
Yep, he had 8
They're
pounds,
biting
15
light.
ounces versus Steven's 3
had to-
pounds, 7 ounces.
And
So
then the only one that
The
really
only way you
wasn't
can stick
exciting,
'em.
except for it was
And-
exciting to watch Nick Schertz put on a clinic,
Yep.
was the freight train of Nick Schertz Bass Tour.
Yeah.
Left the station early and got out to a big lead and extended that lead. So
I don't know what to expect tomorrow at all. It's going to be an exciting day of fishing.
I think we're going to see some bigger weights. I think they're going to creep up. Not huge, but they're going to creep up because I think the guys that have some things figured out for the most part are moving on.
Yep.
And the guys that didn't are going home. So when we see, tomorrow we're going to see, for example...
Where'd you go? Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Tomorrow, we're going to see Mann and Schertz. That's going to be a battle royal. Mike proved today that he's got more than one spot.
Yep.
He proved that he can put up some weight. I expect those two to be a heavyweight battle tomorrow. I also think that Meng Lee Neil Wazinski matchup could turn out to be a shootout.
Yep.
Meng Lee will have some things figured out. And then you can guarantee one of these two matchups that didn't have big weights. We've got Justin on the right side of the bracket, Brian on the left, which were both winners of the Dink Fest. One of those two guys are going to get 8 or 10 or 12 pounds tomorrow.
Yeah,
You just know it because that's the way it works.
Well, the forecast doesn't look a whole lot different than what we've had the last couple of days. The wind is going to play tomorrow. Now it's supposed to blow out of the northeast, which could definitely take away the big lake portion of it.
Yep.
We're probably going to see a lot of channel fishing, but until the wind really hits that point, some guys will probably be smallmouth fishing out, until the winds really kick them off. So it's going to be an interesting day again tomorrow. Now, remember, we're going to go back out to the water here, have some interviews with the winners. Before we get that, I just want to thank our sponsors. We got Sportamotive, a phenomenal local company here in the Fox Valley.
Omega Custom Tackle.
Omega Custom Tackle, again, out of Missouri. Awesome bass baits. So make sure to check them out, whether you go to their sites directly or if you shop through the Real Shot, which is our last sponsor.
Yep,
where the H2H,
realshot.com.
where the H2H10 code is available and everything like that. But it was an awesome day of fishing. The last hour proved to be exciting, like you should expect here from a head-to-head platform. Thanks, everybody in the chats. It's super, super fun. You guys make the comments really awesome. Russell and I and Troy, we try to make it we try to explain everything the best way we can. And, speaking of H2H, we're going to go to the winners here, but we're going to talk about, we got that walleye bracket coming up, in the next couple of days as well.
Absolutely.
So who are we going to first?
Shout out to your family, whatever you want, anything. You can go.
I'd like to give a special thanks out to my kids that are watching this. Make sure you get your homework done by the time I get home. So it was a great day on the water. Caught some fish, tough bite. They're biting light. Had to really work bait slow. That's the only way you could stick them. And they came undone. They were biting it so light. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully the bite gets a little better, but it's going to be a tough bite. It's going to be a southeast wind and everything's going to change, so got to change with it.
Going live with Justin here.
Today was tough. Probably one of my toughest days out fishing. I had some tough ones in practice, but I was able to get some fish the last few days, and today I struggled. I tried to stick to my confident game plan, and it apparently didn't work out. I got some dinks, but that didn't matter. I'm not super proud of what happened today. Hopefully it'll only get better from here on out. I think this is a great format. It's awesome. It gets us good exposure, and the people at home love it. I have friends that never even knew about this, and I told them, and they said it's great. They absolutely love watching it, and everybody loves Major League Fishing, so it's a great format. I hope it continues to grow, and hopefully I can be part of this, continue to be part of this every year. So hopefully throughout the week things will get better, and I can get on some good fish and keep moving on. So
you're looking forward to seeing Mike in the championship.
Yeah, I'm sure hoping. Obviously Mike did pretty good today, and if I don't step my game up, there's no way I'm gonna make it to Mike. And that's kind of, me and Mike are good friends. We kind of have a little deal going, saying we're gonna see each other at the last round, but I got to step my game up, that's for sure.
We're moving on to Mike.
First of all,
himself
I
here.
got to thank my family. My wife, Cherie, my daughters, Carly, Cassandra, and Sarah. They love me and they let me do what I love to do. The other gentleman I got to thank is John Boyle from Orthopedic Solutions. It's freaking all over the state. Provides all kinds of medical wares that are needed for knee surgery and everything. So he's a phenomenal guy. I'm sorry it got so hectic at the end there. I thought I was cleared pretty good. The machines weren't working right. We went seeing what Levi was doing. I didn't want to burn a lot of fish. As you saw, I went to one of my spots at the end of the day and got an extra one there. But I'll tell you, just a lot of bucks are up right now. The females have not moved in, but in the next couple of weeks, this place is going to be unbelievable. So if you want to learn some things, stuff like that, Mike's Quality Guide. I do it all over the place. It's a lot of fun. I love helping people out. So hope everything's going well with you guys. Be safe with all this going on with the COVID. And let's hope we can clear this thing soon so we can all go fishing and have some fun. Be good, be safe. I appreciate your time.
All right, well, congratulations. It was a good day out there. You did well. How you feeling? What do you think was your key to success today, and how you feel about tomorrow?
Well, probably the biggest key to success was making a decision on Sunday when I came here expecting to fish on Winnebago, mostly grinding it out for smallmouth and hoping that bite would turn on. And I just realized with the weather coming, there's a good chance it wasn't going to happen, and a lot of high winds. So I bailed in the last half.
Looks like we might have some cell issue with Nick Schertz's interview.
The sun shining on this dirtier water, it really helps a lot. So I think I can get more bites in here. I didn't even make one full pass through it today. And when I come back here at the end, I kind of fished off the bank a little bit just to see if any fish pulled out. The second area I went to, I got a nice keeper. I didn't pre-fish that. So that was a little bit of a bonus. One side of that area looked good. The other one was kind of not the water I'm looking for. I have one other big area that was able to just kind of leave alone today. So hopefully the weather cooperates and we can get them going. But I mean, things are looking up. I'm fishing largemouth and it still should be on the up. If the weather gets better, the fishing should get even better. So I'm pretty excited. I had a lot of fun today. I hope it was fun for everybody to watch because I had a blast when I was really getting them there for a while. It took a little bit just to kind of to see how they were positioned on the cover, and once I had it figured out, I knew I was going to get them. I mean, even if it took sometimes 7 or 8 pitches into some of that spots, I just knew, if there's one there, it's going to be right there. And that's kind of how I called my shots on that stuff. But yeah, again, big shout out to Josh and Reese for helping me out, pre-fishing stuff with me and going out on the boat, and Chris as well. And there'll be more of that tomorrow. So we got to make this run back across the lake today and go out in the lake, and it's nasty out, so we're going to get going and get ready for tomorrow.
All right, great. Well, thanks a lot. Congratulations again.
You bet, buddy. Thank you.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Boy, Nick has a plan dialed in out there, and we saw that from the walleye side, and we're seeing it again for the bass side. I mean, that guy's very detail-oriented, and he's got a good plan, and it's going to work for him. So as I'm looking here, Russell, it looks like tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the highs are going to be right around 33 with a southeast wind, but there's some chances of rain now pushing through, up to about a 40% chance. And then tomorrow at the end, it's about 42 degrees, so it's going to be a fun day again tomorrow. So I don't know. I think
the rain could help the bite. You heard a couple of the guys say post-spawn bluebird skies. That's not ideal. So I'm hoping maybe a little bit of cloud cover, maybe some rain could help the bite a little bit. We'll see.
Yep.
And I was really impressed today. It was a really exciting last hour. There was a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going in a lot of different directions. And I think the 4 people that deserved to move on today moved on. And they're going to meet up with 4 more tomorrow. We're going to have the Elite 8 tomorrow on Wednesday, and then we're going to get down to that final 4 plus 2.
So yep.
It'll be pretty fun. So should have a lot going on. We'll see you everybody tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. again for day 3 of the Bago Bash.
All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. Talk to you tomorrow.